dying.
I am... Okay. It's been a while since we've been here. I feel like I'm saying that every session, but it's fine because we're still doing them, so who cares?
Exactly.
So last session was pretty interesting. You got your favor from Creed, and so now y'all are absolute allies, besties with the House of Praise. Congrats. You had a pretty intense fight with the RKP using Istus, the duplicating dragon egg that Rockcrusher had that they stole from him, to knock him unconscious and
Baby.
send him to this alternate reality where he is sort of peaceful in a way. He doesn't have the curse. It doesn't even seem like he's met any of the other party members. He's married to Sisu. That part's a bit weird, but he's quote unquote happy
Weird.
there. In the meantime, Virtue and Otto have a little quarrel with Daichi, and she ends up leaving on her own. And you guys decide, instead of trying to infiltrate and sneak your way into freeing Rockcrusher, you're going to go face to face with the leader, Elise, to try and gain her side and let Rockcrusher free as is. Now, we are going to...
I know it might sound like an interesting idea, but
You haven't tried it before, so...
yeah, so I'm like, you know what? Let's try something new.
Violence.
I agree with your status. I just saw it.
Thank you. Rockcrusher, we're going to start with you. This session is going to be very back and forth, where we'll spend some time with Rockcrusher and then spend some time with Virtue and Otto, and hopefully near the end we can combine you two, unless you really fuck it up. So...
Us? Never.
Absolutely not. You've spent your day in this very strange dream dimension, trying to hide the fact that everything is fake and just accepting the reality as it is at the moment. We last saw you having a very unfriendly encounter with this universe's wolfsbane. What have you been up to for the rest of that day?
Yeah. Well, I guess I gotta remind myself what happened last time. You get, like, tied up or something?
Wolfsbane? Or you?
Yeah.
You got tied up. Wolfsbane was in the prison cell.
Oh,
And
yeah,
you
that's
tried
right.
to
He was in the
talk
prison
to
cell.
him.
That was it, yeah, he was in the prison cell. I don't know, I guess we'll just sort of remember walk around the city, see. I recognize, see, like, the monuments, the sort of thing of all the dragons are still there. And just, like, see if I can leave, maybe.
Well, you look around and you see all the dragon statues are still there. The one of the first empress is no longer there, but all the other ones are. You see the entrance is fully open. You can fully leave Zathrax if you like. It seems that this is just basically Holta, just without any conflict. Or any of your other friends that you've seen.
It's a bit boring. Hmm. I really thought I'd get this far. I get like 5 minutes or something. You want to do something with the other guys? I need to think about this one.
My God. Fine, we'll skip over to Virtue and Otto as the first part.
It looks like it's just me.
I'm here. I was just muted.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were gone, because
Damn, I would
normally you say
leave you
normally you
alone
say
to
hi
do
to
this.
me. Normally you say hi to me. Damn.
Okay, don't need to start fighting yet. Okay, we haven't even started.
Trying to eat. God damn it.
Okay.
We last saw you two going with Lotus to wherever she says that she can help you. She said that she is someone that can help you all on your adventure to finding Elise. And she opened a hole in the ground and started just falling down, and you guys followed. So you find yourself sliding down this metaphorical but very physical slide to Kane. It's very different from the other ways that you have entered or left Kane. While the other times were filled with visions of damaged truth that may or may not be true, this one's filled with colorful blue hues. You see a bright light at the end of this tunnel, and as it gets closer and closer, you brace for an impact. As you reach this light, it disappears, showing you the room that you're entering into. It's too fast for you to see yourself before you find yourself careening through this hole into a massive pile of soft cushioning. Looking up, you see the hole you came out of close behind you, becoming a smooth wall. This room seems very lived in. The walls are a mixture of stone and wood. There are boxes everywhere filled with things from frogs to herbs to old books, toys, clothes, everything you can think of. There's a set of charcuterie boards just lying around and a set of crookedy stairs leading up the door to God knows where. You're all sitting in this pile of white cushioning that seems to have been deliberately put there by someone. You take a bit of time to soak in your surroundings, and you hear footsteps coming from above you. What do you do?
What is Lotus doing?
You see her get up and sort of take deep breaths in and out as if she's preparing for something. She doesn't seem like she's preparing for a fight, but she's bracing herself.
I guess stand up and kind of brace myself. I guess maybe get ready to greet them, question mark? I don't know.
Bertio just kind of like get up, dust himself off, kind of just looking around.
Yeah, I was probably doing the same.
The footsteps from upstairs get closer and closer to this door, and you hear the doorknob on the door leading to this basement turn very slowly. You hear someone's voice before you see their face. "I don't know who you think you are." The door creaks open, with a dark purple hand holding onto a small white techie handgun. "You don't enter my house without saying a fucking hello!" The door slams open, and you see this woman stand straight up holding a gun with both of her hands, ready to pull the trigger. This woman looks to be a dark purple tiefling with a short bob cut style haircut and short circular glasses and an old-fashioned cloak cut to fit her body to add a quote-unquote sexy spin to it, we could say. She looks closer to your group. "Lotus!" she screams out, lowering her gun slightly, but still pointing it towards you. She keeps her hands on the trigger. "What in Midas's name are you doing here?" "Good to see you again, Azula." "Don't good to see you to me. Do you have any idea how long it's been since I've last seen you? Who are these people? And what happened to your horns?" "Well, you see, sorry, I forgot that I don't actually care. What are you doing here?" "Because when I gave you that button to come back home, I vividly remember you telling me I never want to come back here again after what you did to me. Which is fucking false, by the way. Can we talk upstairs? We really need your help getting to an interdimension." Interdimension. "Guardians, fucking damn it, Lotus, what did you do this time?" "Please, upstairs. I don't want to do this in our basement." "Fine, fuck. Can you stop being such a sob story? Go upstairs." Lotus walks past Azula and up the stairs, slowing for a second. Azula leans down and stares at her in the eyes. "For the record, this is my house. You lost your title as soon as you betrayed this family." Lotus steps back from Azula, wiping away a single tear as she continues upstairs. Azula looks towards you with her gun still in her hands. "What's your deal anyway? How'd you end up here?"
We're sort of tagalongs. Sorry for quite literally dropping in. But we do also need your help.
"There's no way that little that she would let strangers into my house." "Don't expect me to do the whole protocol thing. That shit's dumb anyway." "My name is Azula Laya. Welcome to the Divine City. I sure hope you have a reason to be here, or else I will not hesitate to—" "Azula!" You hear a scream from Lotus, who's upstairs. You've never heard her raise that voice that loud before. Azula's face creeps into an angered one. She turns around and immediately starts storming upstairs. Now I know you did not just raise your voice at me, Nymphia Lotus Laya! She storms upstairs. Her tail whips in front of your face with the cracking sound. Though it doesn't hurt you, it seems very intentional. You hear them arguing as you're stunned and shocked downstairs.
She's gonna go like lean into Anna and be like, is that her mother?
I don't know, but what a family reunion, I guess? I'm gonna shrug.
Oh dear.
Damn, and I thought my stepmother and me were fucking disoriented. This is a whole new level.
Well, I think your mother was probably also a whole new level of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you got me there.
We did have an
actually.
entire campaign arc about trying to kill her, let's be honest.
Well, actually, now thinking about it, hearing a very distant sound of rock, damn, I really must miss him. I think my stepmother was actually worse.
Yeah.
She actually put hands on family. She
You know what?
doesn't seem.
It could be worse. It could be worse.
Thank you, faint sound of rock. Damn, I really must miss him.
I'm going crazy. I'm hearing voices again.
Oh yeah, serious. I thought just hearing Quinn was weird. I guess rock is now also here.
Well, I'm gonna. You know what? So we're in the basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess walk out of the basement.
Are you allowed upstairs?
Keeping distance from whatever dispute is going on.
You both exit this basement. It seems like the massive outburst of fighting has calmed down, but there still seems to be a very tense energy in the air. This house that you have literally slid into is very quaint and very beautiful. The most broad term that I could use for it is a witch's hut. The windows are all covered in vines and shelves of different spellbooks, herbs, souvenirs, etc. The walls are covered in different constellation patterns and maps of the worlds, or even some maps of different planes. There's a porch connected to this living room immediately out of the basement, and there's a telescope pointed out towards the sky. You see Azula slam her gum onto the table in the living room. Lotus comes tiptoeing next to you. Sorry about her. It's been a while since we were last able to talk. But she can help us. I know it. We just have to get past her tantrums. You hear Azula laughing from inside the living room. She's been eavesdropping on your conversation, obviously. My tantrum? Weren't you the one to sign me up for those dumb therapy classes trying to help me? Oh, sorry. Seems like the high of sucking off that guardian's dick caused you to lose all empathy for your big sister, she blurts out. Do we really need to talk about family drama right now? Lotus walks over to Azula, trying to be intimidating. Is it my fault that you decided to bring strangers into my house? No! Is it my fault that you ran away from all your problems for 5 years straight? Also no! Which means they get to hear all of our drama. Azula closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, breathing in for 6, holding for 7, and out for 8. She turns her entire body towards you with a fake smile plastered on her face. Do you need anything? Any food, any drinks? Sometimes that slide can leave people with an empty stomach.
I'm good. I don't have a stomach. I'm like trying to be like I tried to make a little bit of a joke, trying to lighten the mood, but it's probably obviously not working.
She stares at you.
It might be a little
joke.
strange to just. It's a little odd to just straight up be. I don't have a stomach.
I don't care. Please just take a look around. Once you're ready to talk, have a seat. I'm very excited to hear what the fuck you need my help for. As she storms into the kitchen.
I'm like, look to make you. I feel extremely awkward. Like, more awkward than my normal self.
Well, think of it from her perspective. We are two strangers that she has never met before or heard of that has just appeared in her house. I think she's actually being quite kind for that context.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that bit. But I mean, like, the situation that we're in right now, it's extremely uncomfortable.
I never thought I'd hear you'd say Azula and kind in the same sentence before.
We have clarified that Holter is in fact a castle country, so
we are.
She is within her legal rights to kill you. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, Vivid, Rock.
Stand your ground laws do exist in Holter.
But considering she does have a point, considering we are strangers that are in this house. She technically has been kinder than what we probably would be expecting.
Could have shot us.
For
but she
real.
didn't.
I'm surprised
I'm
she
right.
didn't.
Those damn pesky crossbows.
You were expecting her to?
She
You
has a
didn't think
trigger
to warn
finger.
us?
I put her in anger management classes. You know, it
I
has
think-
been a long time since we last spoke to each other.
I think a little, hey, just a heads up, you might want to duck, because she might shoot you, I think would have been a nice.
Well, she wouldn't have
Idea to
shot
say?
you.
Oh. Okay, that's a whole different scenario then.
Maybe we should go sit down now.
Yeah, let's go sit down.
You enter this living room and you see this large couch that's in the center. It's covered with a bunch of, I don't know if you could qualify it as junk. It seems like components of different spells, but you just sort of have to push them out of the way to try and find room on this couch. Azula,
Like, carefully to the floor.
yeah. Azula walks in after you, and instead of looking at you, she picks up a map that has fallen off the wall and sticks it back up. She takes out a pen, a real one, not a quill, and starts writing on it. She writes in a mixture of languages. You could tell it's a mixture of dialect between Elvish and Infernal. She writes different equations across the paper and points arrows across them. She looks like she's working. So, why are you here, little sister? She says while not even looking at you. Well, we really need to talk to someone here on Kane, but we need a place to lie low for a little bit. So do you think we could stay here for a day or two? Zilla doesn't seem impressed. Really? You came to me with something that small? Shouldn't Midas be protecting you himself, or did he betray you as well? That's a low blow, Azula, and you know it. And it's true. Please, Azula, can we put this aside for a little bit longer? We really need your help. I'm sorry. Do you expect me to push past everything that you did, Lotus? After 5 years of pent-up aggression, you can't blame me for getting a little upset. Azula's tail whips into the air, setting a fire to a small plant hanging from the ceiling. Great! Now you got me flamed up, literally. Azula groans, stomping into a different room, muttering that this is the 4th plant that she's accidentally burnt this week. Lotus looks to both of you for help.
Really quickly, seeing the equation, since you said it was an Elvish Infernal, what is it exactly? Because I can read Infernal.
You can read it, but they seem to be different math equations for different distances or physics of some kind. It sort of looks like rocket science to you, and you have no idea what it is, but you can tell that it's just science. It's not like she's writing any letters or messages.
Yeah, I figured. So, I'm gonna kind of look to Virtue and be like, I'm not fully sure what to say in this scenario.
So is Azula still like here and she's just putting out the fire?
Yeah, she comes back with
Okay.
a little glass of water and dunks it down.
We are trying to find and speak to, I don't know if you would know her, Chef? Part of the group at Marble City.
The Marble City Massacre? I don't know any chef.
Yes.
There's that one kid that escaped, but that's it.
Well, she created a group dedicated to putting an end, not an end in the killing sense, but locking away the people who did it.
The person who did it.
Person. And one of the person that did is sort of someone we have to reach, who is in the interdimension.
Yeah, and I don't really see how that's any of my fault. Or why should I care?
I'm saying this because that is why we need to lay low Just so it isn't, oh yes, you speak to this person at this place, and we're here for no reason at all.
Whatever. Just don't break anything.
If I was gonna say all I hear is glass shattering.
Or she's just gonna look at Lotus and kind of like shrug, like, that worked.
Yeah.
It seems that Lotus is trying to stay calm and not really pipe up because she doesn't want to start one of Azula's rants. And she just gives you a little thumbs up and tries to walk out. But Azula sort of laughs to herself and says, "Do you know what that little snot did to me?" It's a funny story. If you're going to be here for a while, might as well figure it out.
Are you going to tell us anyway?
So you already know me so well. Here's the story. There's a little tradition on the Divine City that the firstborn is to become the channeler of the family. They'll protect their parents and any other children in their lives. They're trained from a very young age that protection is everything. Your magic is used to protect. Your magic is used to destroy threats. The secondborn, as she gestures to Lotus, is to become the researcher of sorts for the family. They're the ones that tell the time from the sun's position and read the stars, to make maps to help stay knowledgeable for the entire family's sake. And the thirdborn is to become the messenger for the family. They're the spokesperson for the family. They're the ones to talk to the Titans about problems. They're always the first to respond to a problem. That's how every family goes. But little did we know our family wasn't that functional. Was it, Lotus? Azula turns away from her map, focusing her entire attention on telling the story. She looks to Lotus for a response, but Lotus sits back down and sticks her hands into her lap and won't meet Azula's gaze. Azula continues anyway. I was 8 when Lotus was born. I had already started my training and things are going pretty well. She started going to school for cartography and astronomy, and I was so jealous. I had always wanted to learn all of that, but my status at birth ruined all the plans that I had. But Lotus didn't see it that way. She was always a rule follower, so when I would ask her for her help, or ask to help her, she would tattletale on me to father and force me to go to a boot camp again. But that's not the hard part. It was when Lily was born that Lotus really snapped. Lotus stands up. That's not true, Azula, and you know that. Let me finish. You aren't the victim of this story, so you don't get to be the person to tell it. And seeing as you're hanging out with these fun friends, don't they want to know the truth of what happened? Without protest, Lotus sinks back into her spot on the sofa. I don't know what happened to Lotus the day that Lily was born, but something inside of her snapped. She wasn't able to learn anything. Her grades were dropping like flies. She refused to pick up on any training. She became a failure overnight. That was until she met Midas. Lotus snuffs her... let me try that again. Lotus sort of tenses up at Midas's name. Now, I'm legally obligated to say that I like Midas, but from behind closed doors, it's a different story. From what I know, Midas offered Lotus a gift, to become a perfect angel of a child to see the future. She accepted without a second thought. We loved the gift at first, but I guess that didn't really work out. We were able to guess danger before it happened or capitalize on changing numbers in the economy before it even happened. But when Lily got sick from a childlike influenza, she looked into the future and said that if we didn't do anything, then she would survive as if nothing happened. But that's not what happened. She died. You can see Lotus begin to snuffle up a tear. Azula's face glazes over in emotionless rage of sorts. I took over the responsibilities after her death, passing it off as a fluke. I got what I wanted. I became more than just a protector. But I was so swept up in my new role that I didn't even see the attack coming. Raiders attacked our home before I could save anyone. I was knocked out. And before I knew it, I woke up with a house torn to shreds and 2 dead bodies lying at my feet. Our mother and father, torn like rabid pack animals. And Lotus was nowhere to be found. Lotus bangs her hands onto the couch. You never let me explain why I left. Zoe looks over to Lotus, the disgust look in her eyes. You never bothered to show up. It's been 5 fucking years, Lotus, and where were you? I rebuilt this house brick by brick. As she walks closer to her, I became my own protector, and hey, look at this. I'm my own researcher, and I'm one of the best dimensional researchers in all of Kane. Seems like you were wrong, Lotus. Get your preconceived notions in check. Have you ever thought of the idea that I wasn't allowed to come back? That's ridiculous, Lotus. We both know that Midas wouldn't let one of his best playthings get kidnapped that easily. She rolls her eyes and laughs. Well, he did. I was kidnapped, Azula. The room goes quiet. Both are stunned with shock as to what Lotus says. What? Azula says quietly. Lotus can't help but let tears begin to fall. The attack was deliberately made to kill you and kidnap me. A group on Holta heard of my abilities to see the future and took me. You were supposed to die in that fire too, Azu. I used my last bit of strength that I had to protect you from the explosion. But they took me before you woke up. I was stuck there, being used like a little plaything for them for 5 years. You think you went through pain rebuilding this house? I was forced to dish out future visions, but the more times I did, the less grounded they became, and every time I gave them something they didn't want, they would punish me. They cut off my horns, for God's sake! I wanted to come as soon as I heard that you were alive, but I knew that you would never forgive me for making a stupid agreement with a guardian of damaged truth. Azula's face softens. I'm sorry, Lotus. I didn't know. Her voice is a lot softer now. Of course you didn't, because you didn't bother to investigate. You put up the traitor stamp on me without even looking into the group that attacked or trying to find out if I was even alive. You just saw your chance to take my role and you took it. If anything, you're the betrayer of this family, Azula. I knew I never should have come back here in the first place. You would never understand. Lotus sinks back into the couch, pushing her legs up to her chest and hiding in a small ball. Look, I know when I've done wrong, and I'm sorry for not looking for you, Lotus. Here, fine. I'll help your small group. If it's a small way to repay, you can stay and I'll help you go to wherever you're looking for. You could stay here for as long as you want. Just don't touch my maps or my telescope. It took me forever to position those. What exactly do you need again? Sorry, my mind is jumbled now. Ugh.
Why don't we discuss that again later and have all the emotions cool down?
What are you, my mom?
Okay, out of character.
Yes.
What was I thinking of? Okay, I was thinking of Otto, but like, no, they're a therapist. I was like, no, they're a therapist.
That's right. I am your mother.
No.
The
What?
temptation to say that's a therapist. I feel like it would make the situation better.
Or worse.
But
Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say.
back in character. Yeah, let's like obviously with everything that just has been put on the table, I think it's better if we wait, you know. Try
We
to
don't have to leave at this very second.
Yeah, we have time. Let's process what everything has been said. You know, obviously both parties, emotion to the both of them, you know, have learned something. And obviously from a misunderstanding, everyone probably wants to process their feelings.
You see Azula roll her eyes and then stand up and get back to work. Not the exact reaction you were wanting from her.
Better than nothing.
Birch is just gonna like probably sit next to Lotus and like put her hand on her shoulder.
You feeling alright, Lotus?
You touch her shoulder and you see her flinch away from the motion for a second. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just been a while since I've had to come to terms with what happened, but I am okay now. Okay.
Okay.
I came here. I brought you here because she's smart. I know that she is. She says that I would tattletale on her, but I knew that she was smart from the moment that we first became friends, I guess. So just, I need a bit of time, but you can learn from her. I know you can, about more than just how to find Elise and how to get to the interdimension. She's like a library of knowledge. She's the smartest, probably the smartest person on Kane. So you speak with her. Don't mention anything that we just talked about. She isn't very good at processing trauma. And I'll be in the kitchen. She sort of gets up and quickly walks away.
She read about all that, about her being smart. I was looking over some of the stuff she was writing. Damn, I couldn't even understand it, but I know that shit was out of this world. Literally. It was literally out of this world.
Well, how about me and Ari can start DMing, and obviously we can take a hint, and if we have any questions about the universe that we need answered. And I think Henry's probably had some thinking time, so we need thinking time now.
Wow. You're choosing when to do this yourself. This ain't gonna last that long. Anyways.
I need thinking time.
Fine.
Time for us to process. Thank you.
Rockcrusher. You've been walking in circles and Zathrox for a while now, contemplating on what to do. Have you come up with a conclusion?
Yeah, kind of. I was thinking, you know where that ritual circle was?
Mm-hmm.
Was it the cave of the cursed dragon?
Sure is.
Might as well go and have a look at that, see if, since the curse of the dragon doesn't exist, maybe that's not there, maybe, I don't know.
You vaguely remember where it is. You remember that Sizu was the one to show you where it was back on Holta, but I don't know if you want to talk to this universe Sizu about that. Totally up to you. But either way, you will go to the caves trying to find the spot where the cave used to be. And you see that, yes, it is an open tunnel from where it was before. You didn't have to break down the wall to get to this cave. But the farther you go down, the more you realize that it looks to be just another section of the cave. There is no massive areas where dragons used to be or where people used to fight. And the end of the tunnel, it's a lot shorter. It's not a 2 days travel like it was in Holta. It's more of like maybe an hour at most. And there doesn't seem to be anything at the very end.
I know. Can I, like, inspect the walls, make sure that when I'm not getting, like, Truman Showed or something, and there isn't?
Make an investigation check.
Five.
Certainly looks like rock.
Looks like rock to me. Oh well. Well, I guess I'll head back, I suppose.
Head back where, to like
I'll
the
look-
Capitol building or to the biggest
Just to, like,
artifacts?
Back to, like, the other end of the tunnel, I suppose.
Gotcha.
Can I do this like a fucking Bethesda game or something? I get like too many melons in one spot, it can crash the simulation or something.
Try and make a bug.
Yeah. Can I just try and run into a wall?
Here, roll a strength check.
Yeah, a bit with. 15.
You run into a wall with your shoulder using to brace your impact, and you see that the wall cracks, but you don't fall through it. It just seems like you banged your arm against rock and it hurt a little bit.
Okay, you go back to the city. Can I look to see if there's like observe crowds? Can I see if there's like two of the same people, like wearing the same clothes or wearing like or just look identical?
Make a perception check to see if anything seems off.
Perception.
Mm-hmm.
11.
Nothing seems off, but you do notice a few people looking at you with concern.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta go find Sisu. Fine.
Okay.
Might as well explain to her that her whole life is a lie and none of this is real.
I mean, might as well. It's not going to start
Yeah, exactly.
For
any
the
form
fifth
of existential dread. You look for her for a good part of a day, and you can't really find her anywhere in Zathrax. So you start heading towards buildings, and you remember her talking about being some sort of commander-in-chief of sorts. And so you end your day heading back to the Capitol building, looking for her there. No need. It's sort of a bit off, not needing to hide yourself wherever you go. And this Capitol building looks almost identical to when you were a child, not even from Onholta, before entering the Cave of the Cursed Dragon. It just looks exactly like that. You almost get a bit of nostalgia of like, wow, I remember being in here as a little babe. It's that sort of deal.
Wow.
You're walking aimlessly down these halls, and you see Sisu walking into a room, stretching out her arms and yawning.
I shall follow.
You enter this room and recognize it to be the massive bed chambers of where your dad used to sleep. And now it seems that it's been turned into your room of sorts, and it seems that Sisu also sleeps in here most of the time. There's,
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense.
oh, hey, Irex. How's it going? Such a day, right?
Yeah.
Ugh, I can't believe the amount of missions I've had been assigned today. It's been so much to deal with.
Yeah. Have you got like maybe like 10 minutes to just have a little conversation? Drop some bombs on you.
Oh, sure. Just sit on the bed with me.
Okay. I'm gonna leave a comfortable, a good Christian 2-foot gap between the two of us.
She tries to scoot a little closer to you, and you scoot a bit farther away. And she's, hey, are you okay? You know you could tell me anything, right? You seem a bit off.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Yeah, not gonna sugarcoat it really. None of this is real. You actually hate me. Wolfsbane's in charge. I'm wanted for multiple counts of manslaughter, murder, arson. After being exiled, after going a little insane and massacring a bunch of people when I was younger, living in the woods for about 15, 20 years, returning with a ragtag bunch of adventurers, getting into a bit of trouble here, there, and everywhere, returning to Zathrax, eventually to be kidnapped and placed in this sort of Matrix-esque dream by one of my victims. Hope you kept up with that. 'Cause, that's pretty much the gist of it. This isn't real. You're not real. I'm real. I'm the main character here. You're not real.
Was King Stalar trying to get into your head again?
Probably. I don't. Give me a second. Do I know who that guy is?
It's the dead king from Holta.
Oh yeah.
Look, I know that you might
yeah,
have
he's
seen
dead.
Quasi
He's-
somewhere.
Oh Quasi. He's like the fucking space pirate, right?
No, they're all dead, remember?
Uh. That's semantics. I don't care if they're dead in here or not, really. But then again, okay, just it sounds a little schizo. I get it, but just roll with me here, okay?
Oh,
If
okay.
if you were to be placed into a magically, I assume, induced dream world, how would you say I would go about getting out of said magically induced dream world?
Well, it wouldn't be in here. Oh, I remember the darkest day happened in the Psyche Blade Cave. Maybe we could go there.
The fucking what happened in the where?
Maybe I'll go with it. You know, the Psyche Blades, the group that took over the world and killed the gods and guardians on the darkest day.
Yeah, no, we did that in our timeline, in the real world. Sorry. Yeah, we kind of did that, and we got our shit rocked. We nearly did it, but then we didn't, and everyone hates us for it.
We as in us?
Well, as in like, yeah, as in the Iron Blades. I think we also might have. No, I think it was a bit. It was before us. It was before us.
Maybe we should get you to a doctor.
You have an eye patch. No, I'm fine.
I'm not saying that as in there's something wrong with you, but maybe Creed can help you, or maybe talk to him either. Seems that you're holding a lot going on.
Just hacking my lungs up there. Yeah. Back to the cave thing with Darkest Day stuff. What about that? What's this cave?
I don't remember. It's that historical site near Vaus, in between Elktor and Vaus around.
Oh, it's like
Technically, no one's supposed to be there, but seeing as it's on behalf of the Emperor, I'm sure that it can be fine. We could figure it out.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess I'm sort of trapped in here, so might as well make the most of it. What did you do for fun when you sort of ruled the world?
Well, we don't rule the world, we rule.
Well, I get it. I mean, it's a small part of the world. But it's my world. Hey.
Well, I mean, you put together that act to add more marketplaces in so people don't have to hunt for their food like hunter-gatherers anymore. You also got rid of the sparring ground.
Oh, well, I definitely wouldn't do that.
Well,
It keeps people entertained. Nothing wrong with it. It's sanctioned, it's clean, safe. Well, it's not safe. People die, obviously, but
she looks
they
at you,
consent to dying.
very confused. Maybe you really aren't Irex.
Well, I am. I'm just not the one you know. Do you know? I don't know. Did he ever exist, really?
Yes, what do you think? From my perspective, on a random day, once you come back from talking to Stallard, you just started saying weird things. You are a bit more red than Irex is.
Sure. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
Here, maybe. Seems like you've had a long day. You stay here, get some sleep. I'll go sleep in the guest room for tonight, and I'll talk to Creed and Taco while I'm at it.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Thank you.
Don't do anything weird, okay?
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna get institutionalized, aren't I? Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
See you later.
She stands up and opens the door, and she looks back and says, "I love you." Oh, sorry. Have a good night, Irex. Or whoever you are. She leaves.
Okay. I mean, technically, I'm still on 1 hit point from getting my shit rocked, so
Probably for the better.
yeah. Obviously, I have a barnacle collection because I'm an emperor and I can do that. So I'll dust my barnacles and then I will go to bed.
Nice. Good night, Emperor Irex.
Hell yeah.
As we get back to the other two.
Do we get a long rest at least?
Yes, you will.
Woo. We're back, baby.
Virtue and Otto. What are you doing?
Processing slowly.
We have found that we do have very 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 little questions. Very that I mean like literally none. But we'll figure it out. Because, we were thinking about it, and I kept basically being like, bitch, I can't be asking all these questions, because if I ask too much, I'm gonna die. And
And I was like, I think I could get in trouble if I ask some of these questions. So we are
Where you
both
gotta go, yo, you only live once, man. You just gotta try what you can, man.
Oh, I need to live to the end, okay?
Who said that? Who says who?
I don't want to end up making
I need
a
to live to
third
my arc.
character.
I need to live to at least the end of my arc. Goddamn.
I don't need a third character. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Well, what are you gonna do?
Okay. Are you gonna ask? Because you said you were gonna ask.
Yeah, you said, considering what you said, I figure I would talk to her.
Yay.
So, where is she actually? I don't even remember where she was because I was so busy on their conversation.
You see that it looks like it has gotten closer to night time outside, and she is out on the porch looking through her telescope and taking down notes. Again, in that mixture of languages, and again, in some mathy terms you don't understand.
Yeah, so go out and kind of. I guess I'll go out to where she is and kind of be like, "Hey." I was curious about something.
Well, first you gotta know me. What's your name?
My name is Otto, and I'll kind of like offer a hand for like a handshake or something.
Otto Smith.
I don't. That's not my last name anymore.
No fucking way. She sort of stands up and crosses her hands.
Please don't tell me you're gonna hit me. Please tell me you don't have a distaste for me as well.
Hey, just because I have anger problems doesn't mean I do it physically, alright? It's just funny seeing you here, alive, you know?
I'm gonna look at my hand for a moment, like processing the fact they said alive, and just be like, yeah, let's go with that.
I'm mostly alive. Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways, she just moves back. What's your question?
I was wondering if you knew anything about Holta.
What about it?
Well, just anything in general of the place. If you know anything about like the leaders, like just small things that could be interesting, or just something that could help.
Well, it's one of the Guardians' planes, along with Kane and Drawhadux and all that sort of stuff.
So,
Oh, isn't it the one that had that experiment for the Bakuzos, seeing if they could live and coexist with humans?
yeah, I'm assuming.
How's that going? Fun? Yeah, I'm glad that I was
Um,
born here and not on that shit show you're going through. Technically Drawhadux is the hell, but really it seems like you have it worse.
We have our moments. We have our moments.
Mm.
Do you know anything called the Blessing of the Dragon? Something along that line?
I'm more of a dimensional person, not a mythical, cryptic theory person.
Uh, from what we saw, it's not really mythical.
Either way, not my forte.
Fair enough. Well, you seem to have known my name. Can I ask how you heard of me? Because it seems like you've primarily been here.
Well, you're the
Unless-
famous Otto Smith. The one that got killed off by Demis's heart, and then brought back by the... some people call it a villain, some people call it a hero, by a god.
It's a gray line. It's very gray.
Yeah. Oh, you're the only person to ever get out of a deal with the god of damaged truth. You got a big title, big name to uphold.
I don't think I want that title. Doesn't seem like a very good one.
Got one either way. Just like how I'm
Yep.
best known as being the hottest person on the Divine City, the smartest, the strongest. You got one too.
Oh,
I feel like we need a photo of her for
yeah.
scientific
I was
reasons.
about to say, like, I was gonna have Otto be a little witty and be like, I don't know about the hottest, and then I was like, weird, like I was like thinking she was gonna like set Blaze to Otto for a hot minute if they said that, and I was like, ooh.
Hey, YOLO
let's
man.
not be-
YOLO man. Only live once. Gotta shoot your shot. Shoot your shot.
You should say it.
Okay, hold up. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna roll a D100. If I get above a 50, I'm gonna do it. I got a 60. Okay.
Let's go.
Wow.
Fuck. Okay. Give me a sec. I don't know about the hottest. You're just not.
Really, who am I gonna be compared to? You? You look like a dead corpse that was drowned and then crushed in a cement compressor.
Oh no, I know I'm not the most attractive. At least I'm being
Rizzed.
honest. The ugly one's being honest.
Anyway, if you're just gonna come here and insult my looks when you look like that, please, I have better things to do.
Insane Otto Riz moment.
It wasn't even Riz. It was just Otto being mean, which isn't normal. What, Virtue's gonna hear this and be like, Otto said what?
They'll never
Looks over
believe
at Otto,
you.
what the fuck did you say?
It's
Well,
like, it gives the
It's
same.
my word against yours.
It gives
For
the
real?
same vibe of when Virtue kicks.
That's gonna be the funny
Fucking
bit.
kicked
Otto's
him,
gonna,
and it's just like
deny
you
this.
didn't see that.
Say
Otto's
nothing.
gonna deny this to like the grave. No one will believe
Gaslight.
her because it's not an Otto's. Yeah, for real.
The
it's-
most character development
one's
you've
gonna
ever
believe
gotten
her.
is becoming a gaslighter.
Yep. God,
Uh,
if that becomes a new trait for Otto, guys, Otto becomes a gaslighter, apparently. Otto does shit behind people's back and gaslights the fuck out of them to the group.
Hey.
Anyways.
So is
Real.
like that other person your mom?
I consider them a parental figure.
That was such a gray area response to a yes or no question.
I don't think you need that answer.
Would I want it?
Well, you're not getting it.
Oh, bummer. I actually really don't care.
Figured as much. I'm like trying to process and think of like topics for a hot minute because I know the areas I'm not supposed to touch, but I'm trying to think of what to
This
touch
is our
on.
dilemma.
Just sounds stupid.
First time the Virgie's not in charge of meeting the new characters. It's going so well.
I think Virtue would be struggling just as much. Honestly.
Head empty, no thoughts.
Yeah, literally. Both of us are head empty right now. What are you looking at through the telescope anyways?
The stars, dumbass.
No shit, Sherlock. I'm wondering what exactly you're looking for. I'm assuming you're not just stargazing for fun. That sounded extremely aggressive.
That was
Staring at
very
this.
aggressive.
Staring at the sun.
I'm looking for the Lockwood, okay?
The Lockwood.
Yes, it's
Oh.
a constellation.
Ew.
No one's ever been
I'm
able
gonna-
to find it, so I'm gonna look for it.
I would ask to take a peek, but I know you said not to touch it, so I won't.
Thank you for respecting my boundaries. Is that what you want me to say?
No, was honestly expecting you to do something witty like that.
Unpredictable. Wowee.
I mean, you kind of, yeah. Anger management, witty,
Oh no.
thinks they're attractive.
All right,
No,
wise
yeah,
guy,
fine,
I have a
Lord.
task for you.
I don't know if I should be grateful or not. What is it?
Can you go get me a crocus fruit from the basement?
Good thing I was a druid. Sure, give me a sec. Used to be a druid, actually. But let me go check.
I think when you said I was a druid, it was implied that you used to be.
Jesus Christ.
Shut up. I'm like, look, I'm still
Past
processing the
tense!
fact I'm doing
It's
this-
in past
Look, I'm
tense!
Look, I'm still processing the fact I'm talking this much to a person and actually getting witty combat, like saying witty things back. I'm still processing
I
this
know,
right
I'm
now.
making you socialize. I'm sorry.
Wow, look at that.
You're not sorry at all. Anyways, I have to go find it. Am I gonna be locked in the basement?
You walk
All you
down
hear
there,
is an
the
audible
door
click
slams
behind
behind you.
Anyways, I'm off to the basement. Does Virtue say anything as I the way and go straight back to the basement?
I feel like I've secretly been hearing everything, and I just haven't been commenting. You walk out, and Virtue just gives you a thumbs up.
Virtue's just sat on the sofa or something reading.
Yeah. Talking with Lotus about
Virtue, yeah,
God knows
Virtue,
what.
like, has a book open. Virtue, like,
Yeah,
has a
no.
book open and is just like acting like they're reading, but is actually listening to this whole
Eavesdropping.
conversation.
Got a gaslighter and eavesdropper. Ooh, such an amazing duo.
Anyways, off to the basement. Where is the set item that she needed?
Make an investigation check.
Yay. That's languages. I need skills. Where's my investigation? I got a 19.
Okay. You start to look through the crates of garbage that is in this basement, and eventually you find this little fruit that you recognize because of your beautiful talents at being a druid in your past life, quite literally. You find this small purple plant, kind of looks like a mixture between a pear and a pineapple, one of those, maybe a dragon fruit sort of looking like thing. And you pick it up. And as soon as you pick it up, you see it begin to glow bright purple and turn into this ball of goo in your hand, quite identically to what you had to deal with on Holta with the beautiful V family. And you see that your skin immediately starts to turn purple again as you're holding it.
So is it like, so it's goo and it's, so it's, I'm still holding said goo, but it's like kind of how Vex was when it's like getting onto my skin, is what I'm
Yes.
hearing.
And it seems like it's seeping into your skin.
All Virtue hears from upstairs is fuck, fuck, fuck. I feel like as a druid, I would have known not to pick this thing up.
Just hears a faint scream.
No, you just hear cussing, just fuck, shit, motherfucker.
You
Is there a way- okay, if I
slowly
try
lowers
putting
the
it
book.
down, if I try put, like, I want to know if this is like me just fucking illusioning or if it's an actual thing. I'm gonna try and put it down. If it's not coming down, then I'll be like, ah, shit.
You see that it's not coming off.
Is there another one? Because I know probably I'm in gloves or something, but something tells me I'll probably be back with stained purple fucking hands.
Another what?
The fruit. But anyways, I'll probably head back
Oh,
upstairs and be like, well, I did what was asked of me. Got karma. This is what I get for being witty. Hopefully the shit comes off. I'll probably go over to her.
Ew, your deepest fear is
flashback.
getting gooed. It's disgusting. What sexual
No,
interests
my
are you
deepest
into?
Ooh.
No, my deepest fear is not that. You would be amazed by what the fuck this thing reminds me of. And it is not fun. It's actually quite painful.
Painful?
You know,
Girl
if
running
you
underwater.
had-
It's literally just an illusion.
Thank fucking Christ. Did you really just send me there just for a fucking...
Last time I checked, you were the one to say yes.
Because I thought I was doing you a favor. I thought it was getting something needed.
You were
Trying to
doing
be
me a
nice.
favor. You're making me laugh.
Fair enough. Where is the sink? It just, like, starts walking off to probably the kitchen.
You see Azula's very
Oh.
proud of herself as she walks inside and goes to working on a map in the living room instead of outside at the telescope.
I'll get you back for this.
You can surely try.
Oh, believe me, I will.
What am I gonna do with that one?
Is the beef?
I heard that.
I don't get it.
I'm gonna, like, kind of walk out, you know, drying my hand, just kind of walk over to Virtue and being like, there, I socialized. I'm gonna sit down and kind of look at my hand for a hot minute, like having fucking flashbacks, and then just kind of be like, whatever, I'm too tired for this.
Sorry to give you PTSD, I guess. I don't know.
Shit, it could be worse. I could be thinking back to what Midas did. That shit was worse.
Yeah, you and half the population.
Fair enough. I'd rather
What
go back
sorts of-
to that person did than what that man did.
What
Ooh.
sort of dynamic is going on here?
A fun one. I haven't been able to interact with a child since, a while ago.
You know what? So many people have used that line. It doesn't even bother me anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Not a pedophile.
That's what they all say.
Are you seriously accusing me of being a pedophile? That's fucked up.
Came out of your mouth, not mine.
Also went through a slide and then grew a spine.
You, as she points
Oh
to
my
Virtue, do you have a little bit more of a brain than that one? Are you mentally ill as well?
Oh, our whole group's mentally ill one way or another.
I would like to say that I have more of a brain, yes.
Oh,
So you
definitely.
are also mentally ill, gotcha.
No one's perfect.
That's our therapist.
Really?
Well, they are
Imagine
not-
if you had to deal with a bunch of mentally ill travelers. Don't you think that your own mental would start going at some point?
So you're going crazy. That's the difference. I figured it out. Mm-hmm.
Rats
I
make me
mean-
crazy.
We
No.
have
Of
Do
course,
not
it's
start
always
with
the
that.
crazy people that want to try and go to the fucking interdimension.
I was
I
crazy
mean-
once.
No, I will mute you.
our one group, one guy, kind of the one who did the mass murder, is forced to be batshit insane. I lack brain cells due to what happened to me. Points like over to Virtue. That one's going fucking crazy because of us. So we kind of
Okay, let me get this straight. You're trying to save the person that caused the Marble City massacre?
Save's a strong word. We're trying to talk to the person who captured them. Now that's a difference.
And what does that have to do with an interdimension?
Well, we need said interdimension to probably go locate said person we wish to speak to. Maybe if you keep up a little bit.
Do you
We
even
can
know what
probably-
an interdimension is? You think you're gonna find your way there?
That's why we are here, talking to you. You were calling me slow, but I think you're missing some parts here.
Oh, I'm not slow. I'm just trying to, delay having to actually do anything. It's called filling
Procrastinating.
time. Procrastination is a very strong word.
You kind of described it, so seems fit to use the word you described.
Fine. Do you have any items of this person you're trying to find? Not the murderer, but the other one.
Do I still have the button. The button thing. The thingy.
You
she
sure
gave me.
do, buckaroo.
Yeah, I will take that out of my bag and kind of like get up and offer it to her.
Thank you. She inspects it.
Don't get stabbed with that.
Don't get what?
Or it sort of goes into the skin or like the clothes and tracks you.
Okay,
It's a tracker.
but
It's
So
a
don't
tracker.
don't get stabbed.
y'all people are crazy. She rolls up.
It was given to me.
She rolls down her sleeve and holds it over clothing instead of directly under her skin. I'll be back in hopefully less than 30 minutes. Don't touch anything, don't do anything, go anywhere to incriminate me, because I really don't want to go to jail for you. Okay? Okay. And she takes her gun off the table and leaves, slamming the door behind her.
Aren't you still wanted here, Otto?
Me?
Weren't we-
Probably.
How
wonder
are
if
you
also-
also wanted here?
Hmm?
How are you also wanted here?
Oh, but it was sort of when Rockcrusher decided that genocide was fun. We were associated, even though we did nothing.
Would you like the whole story of how we started to get wanted? Let them, seeing how we have 30 minutes to kill.
Sure. Should I
All right,
brace myself?
I'm gonna like look to Virtue
Isn't
and think
that
for a
bad?
moment, and then look
Isn't
back
that
and be
bad?
like, it's okay.
Not the worst thing you've
So
heard.
main rundown, we go back to my hometown. Shit goes wrong. There's slime. It's a big problem. We ended up in this cave that had like this heart, and there was a bunch of slime. The slime started to drag Rockcrusher, the person who's wanted, down under. I tried to help
Into
Rock.
water.
Water, slime, doesn't matter. There were still fucking slimy tendrils. Water, slime, whatever. Drags Rock down. I go after Rock. I kept pushing myself, and after a while, I end up fainting. I don't know what I'm gonna like point to Virtue. I don't know what they're doing during the time, but I'm assuming they were doing stuff to figure out where the fuck we went.
Having a crisis.
So, yeah, definitely a crisis. So me and Rock, we wake up in a lab. I don't know if you know this lab. I forgot the name of it. Wake up in a lab. We get the rundown. We get the rundown. We get our ears tagged. We break each other out. I break myself out, and then I go to help Rock break himself out. And then we sneak out. We get a few more people, break out the lab. We go into hiding.
We snuck out.
Really?
The second auto like that snuck out. They're like air quotations. We snuck out. Took a few people with us. Then we went into hiding, and then if I remember correctly, I think we ran into them. I don't remember how, but I think we ran into them. They were looking for us, and we somehow found them, or they found us. We ended up hiding for a while. We needed a distraction to get on one of the boats to lead to a different island, so that ended up with Rock causing mayhem and started killing off guards while we were trying to get to the ship. Once we got on the said ship, we went to a different island that was abandoned. Found, I don't want to say clones, but they were clones of us, of like the bad history of like what could have happened to us, or like stuff from our past. I don't know, stuff we didn't like, I think. I'm gonna look to Virtue because
It was a younger
Virtue's
version of
reaction
me. It was hilarious
Fine
seeing a
version
younger
of
version
me.
of myself.
And Rockcrusher had an axe in his head for his cop. You know, we talk for a little bit. We leave him on that said island and ditch him. We tell them not to leave the island because we didn't trust them. We leave. We find our way back home. We get home. So that's the first reason why or at least me and Rock are wanted. We wanted to be brought back to the lab. We're brought back a second time. Once we were brought back the second time, we were all taken there. We all broke out, even though we were told to. No, we did stay in there. We were just being stubborn as fuck and didn't pass the fuck out when we were supposed to. The people who were supposed to come rescue us, came and rescued us. We ended up leaving. Rock decided to cause mass genocide, and that was our distraction to get out of there once again. Basically finished off the whole population besides that one chick, and now we are basically here after Rock has been taken into God knows what by the person who had survived.
Rockcrusher would like the audience to know that it wasn't genocide. It was not targeting a specific ethnic group or belief system. It was indiscriminate murder.
Sorry, no, not genocide. Massacre.
Massacre.
Massacre, yes, thank you.
A massacre.
And this is even adding on to the other counts of arson and murder. he's
What's
done
like
off the
Lotus's
island.
face? Like after hearing this whole slew, the entire like
Yeah,
At the very
hours of campaign put into like
nonchalantly.
2 minutes.
I was like leaning against the couch saying this like it's some story you hear from a kid, like telling them about their day. Like that's how nonchalant Otto is saying this shit.
Like, what's her face?
The very beginning is her with a very small smile, like kind of excited to hear about this story. And then about halfway through, you see her smile sort of fade into like a confused look. And then when you start talking about like mass genocide and murder, she starts getting a bit concerned, but still trying to just like, oh, okay.
Any questions?
He likes animals, though.
That is quite the story you got going on there.
True story. That's the sad part. I wish it was fake.
Sounds fake.
Your sister probably laughed. Oh no, it definitely sounds fake. I'm pretty sure your sister would probably ask you like a question, being like, "This can't be fucking real." But then again, maybe. Who knows? Maybe we
For
can tell the story
context
back.
on the goo of why Otto was turning purple, there were experiments from here that sort of went into Holta, and they were like parasites, and they latched onto Otto.
If I remember, they were put there by, I think, if I remember, I could be wrong because it's been a bit. They were put there by the Guardians because of the fact that they were told that this place was our place was uninhabited, and they were able to take free range as much as they wanted. They were unaware of the fact that it wasn't uninhabited and it wasn't free range.
Sounds familiar.
So, yeah, she was misled. I kind of miss her though. Not the whole I'm gonna take over your body, but like I miss her company wise.
That forgot her name. She was the first person to be taken. Fex, yeah, she was the first person to be taken into the CPTF as an experiment.
Yeah.
Don't know
we
that's
were-
what happened to him, though.
Yeah, Vex actually has 2 kids right now.
When I was
They're
still here,
very-
there weren't that many.
Yeah. I kind of miss Vex in the sense of she was nice especially when she got her heart back. But
The
kinda
children
wonder-
were interesting.
her daughter when she was an adult, because they reverted back to kids when they were taken out. As an adult, she was fucking terrifying and fucking crazy. Her son didn't talk to him much, but he was more of the "you're not physically strong, so I don't give a fuck." So nothing. I wasn't really butthurt by that. The mother, again, nice. I remember one conversation I had with her where I didn't realize she lacked emotions due to not having her. So when I was just like, "You can put more volume in your voice," she started yelling at me, not realizing what I meant, or was being extremely sarcastic. I couldn't tell.
You surely have a future. Fairy tales are right in your future.
I don't think
Oh, goodness.
I'll be living forever, if considering I'm a reborn. So I can tell it to anyone, and I'm pretty sure no one will believe me.
I barely believe you.
That's fair.
What would
I'll take it.
happen? What would happen if someone wrote a book about us?
Oh, people would think it was like the fakest shit ever.
Goodness.
That's
They probably hate me
4,000
as a
years,
character, honestly.
Otto's a extremely successful fantasy writer.
Yeah, nah. You know what? After this, guys, I think I'll just write a book of our adventures, and it'll just sell like fucking hotcakes. If they believe it or not, but it's just gonna fucking sell.
Like, no way this shit is real.
And then Otto pulls out like a book that has like all the writings of the storyline, and like Otto's just like writing down it as it's happening. Just like, okay, yeah, this is happening. Okay, yeah, it's nice. And then like close it and put it back. But any more questions? If you got them.
You've taken the words from my mouth.
Fair enough. I'm curious how your sister would have reacted to the story. Probably.
Probably laughed at you.
Oh no, definitely would have laughed. I know that's a main thing.
Something along those
Apparently,
lines.
I'm very laughable.
Or
People
tried
like
to
laughing
compare
at
to her own story, even though she didn't have it the worst. But it's okay. Yeah, she's just trying to learn.
It's fine. You know, either laugh at me or hate me. I think that's one of the main 2 things people have for me. I don't think anyone really like besides my group. I don't think anyone actually likes me.
Ooh, on that little part of existential dread, let's move over to Rockcrusher. let you seep in those moments for a second. Seep in that
I
little
think
thought.
no one likes me. No,
Let's
on
move
the
over.
other side.
What a way to end it.
Yeah, let's move on. Anyways, Rockcrusher, you wake up from a very uncomfortable night of tossing and turning. You were able to fall asleep, but your mind was definitely flickering through the idea of this place not really being real and trying not to become accustomed to it to a point where you never want to leave, because you do not want that to happen. You don't have any idea where you are, but you know that you need to find a way out. But now you have a lead with Sisu. And you're sort of sitting up in your bed thinking about the next possible action to take when you hear a soft knock at the door of, "Irax, it's Sisuzaki. Are you dressed?" I don't think he's dressed.
We hear like loud snoring. It would have been fucking hilarious if this whole time
The
she was
silence
Sorry.
is so loud.
Yep, sorry. Shut up. Yeah, I'll whack some clothes on.
Now that you have a bit of time to fully focus on your clothes, you realize something pretty alarming, in that you don't have any of your old items The only thing you have is from before you went berserk the very first time and got kicked out of Zathrax. So you don't have your crazy battle axe or any of your belts. You don't even have your cloak, and doesn't seem like Tiamat's there either.
Oh, I gotta get out of here. Rats make me crazy.
Sure do. The person calling herself Suzuzaki now walks into the room. Well, I was planning things out in my head last night, and I spoke to both Creed and Taco, and it would be good to bring one of them along, and they're both fully able to take us to the cave. Unfortunately, because of the military health act that you put, we can't bring along any army men, but they're probably fully capable of helping us, either Taco or Creed.
Yeah, that seems fine.
So, would you want to bring Taco, Creed, or both of them? Fine with either.
Let's go Taco. Like, he was probably one of the ones that... I don't know. Everyone that hated me before doesn't hate me here, so...
And do you want to go by way of foot or by way of the Griffins?
The Griffins, you say? Oh, yes, obviously. Oh, shit, I don't have wings here, do I? Yeah, there's Griffins.
All right. So you see her about to say that she's going to go fetch the transport, but right before she gets to respond, you see the door to your chambers burst open, and a tall, slender woman comes stomping through the doors. Suzuzaki immediately jumps out in front of your bed and draws a sword attached to her hip. She steps in between you and this woman, who is rudely interrupting your talk. You recognize this woman in the military-style uniform to be Amelia. Who are you to burst into the Emperor's chambers unceremoniously? Amelia doesn't respond to Suzuzaki. Instead, she stares directly at you. You said you wanted a representative? Well, here I am. Amelia steps closer to you. Caesar responds by drawing her sword up to Amelia's neck. Don't step any closer or I'll send your group back as a head. Okay?
Just chill out for a second, Caesar. Just chill.
Yes, sir.
Amelia? Miss Fang? Any preference?
Amelia's fine. Never knew that you were doing first name basises.
Oh, I know her from the other place. Actually, she was leader of the rebellion. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah, how can
I
help?
am. Ever since you have grown to power, our city has become weaker. People have become lazy now that they don't have to hunt for their own food. Don't you remember the day where people had to make their own weaponry, salvage their own material? Now look at us all, lazy and weak, relying on someone else to cook our food and make our materials. We're supposed to be the strongest tribe, not a flamboyant marketplace. We're the Iron Blades, not that.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
So,
Really?
why'd you even
Really?
choose to put the marketplace up, huh?
Okay. Again, not me. Different me. I don't. This isn't real. Okay. Just bear with me here. I totally agree with you. Really, Caesar? We don't make our own weapons here anymore. Like, what do we do? What's the economy based on here?
Sees you, leans to you, and says, go with it. She doesn't know that it's not you. She probably won't understand. Do you want to fuck up all of the other Iraq's work?
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Well, yes, the other guy sounds like a bit of a dick. Like, what sort of economic policy is importing everything for just marketplace?
That's just not true. She's doing a bunch of semantics. She's making it seem more extreme than it actually is.
Oh, okay. Okay, Miss Fang, I hear your plight, you know. I understand where you're coming from, and the importance of traditions, and all of that. My lovely wife, we married?
Caesar gives you a very small nod while just like, yep.
My wife, yep, my lovely wife, will, send you in the direction of one of my scribes or clerks or something, and you can submit a formal application for the next Senate hearing.
Weren't you the one to say that you wanted a representative to speak to you? Well, here I am, your representative.
Yes.
Not even want to talk to me with your own face? Sending me off to a senator?
Yes. Yep. No, I'm asking you to lodge a complaint, and then you can discuss this with me in a formal environment. As you can see, this is my bedroom where my wife and I sleep.
You know, ever since this whole democracy thing has gone on, nothing ever gets done. Nothing ever gets done. She just rolls her eyes and walks out.
Democracy, baby.
Handled it like a champ.
That's me. Really? We don't hunt or gathering, scavenging. Really?
Well, back when Gathod was in rule, he ran it sort of like a dictatorship. Everyone had to fight and all that stuff. Then when you came into power, you had elections, other than yourself, but you held elections, and you still offer those things to be available, but you added marketplaces because you were too tired of making your own weaponry, and you wanted to offer it to the entire tribe. You're known as Irax the Great for a reason.
Yeah, I know, but still the Iron Blades. I mean, we still gotta, have some semblance of cultural identity.
Well, your Iron Blades and ours are very different. We still go by the moral code that the first Empress put into place. We're supposed to be ones to learn new ways of military fighting and make new weapons, not become dictators.
Dictators, that's bad. It's bad.
What do you mean that's bad? We still can use this new stuff that we learn. We have the strongest military, we just don't use it.
Dictatorship, that's bad. Yeah, military strength, projecting strength, all that thing's good, Whatever, I didn't do this.
Well, what's your Iron Blade like? What's your Zathrax like if this is so awful?
Well, I'm not saying it's awful, people are happy, but I feel it's a bit... I've traveled a lot of places, and each of the different tribes, they've all got their own thing going on. They've all got their own identity, their thing that makes them them.
Makes sense.
Where I'm from, the Iron Blades thing has always been sort of militaristic, isolationist people, We're not very popular. I'll leave it at that. But the Iron Blades have a strong sense of identity. It's very self-reliant sort of thing. The standard kind of shtick. Which works fine as is, but the moment the population gets to a certain size and then you can't fucking scavenge all your food and then everyone dies and it's all my fault. So yeah, it's probably a good idea that everyone isn't just relying on scavenging for food or like hunter-gathering. But, it should be encouraged, but it shouldn't be the only way to do it. A mix of both, the old and the new. Kind of like Japan.
I don't know that place. Is it a place on wherever you are?
No. It's a place that came to me in my dreams. Very traditional place, but also very modern. Bit of both. Let's disregard their gay rights, but...
Very, thoughtful. I mean, the old Irax is all sunshines and rainbows most of the time, other than when you talk about his dad. But you seem a lot more, jaded in the nicest way possible.
see that the last, like, 10 seconds again? My fucking Discord just froze up.
You seem a lot more jaded in the nicest way possible.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. Yeah. I've been through some shit.
Well, prepare yourself. I'll go retrieve Taco. Meet me at the front entrance of Zathrax. Okay?
Yeah. I just want my cat back, really. Miss my cat.
You have a
My
cat?
stuff. Yeah. I was a cat. I called it Tiamat. Thought it was kind of funny.
Oh, don't tell Casca that.
Oh, yeah. Really? He just worships Tiamat in, like, Overworld as well?
Well, you have a dog named Casca, but...
Oh, no, I have a dog named Casca.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. See, now I've always been more of a cat person.
Different Irax, okay? Different Irax.
Different Irax. Cool. Meet you at the entrance.
And you see her nod her head as she closes the door behind you.
And I'll jump out the window.
Okay.
Not remembering that I can't fly.
You jump out the window and see that you are in about a maybe 3-story high window, and you immediately go shit as you begin hurling. Your massive body weight falls to the ground. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like it's actually physically taking any hit points away, but it does seem like it hurts. You get a bit of a headache, a bit of a concussion from falling 3 stories onto the ground.
Fuck. Ow. Why did I do this all those years walking?
You
I'll
see,
sort of very, very depressingly trudge my way like a peasant toward the entrance.
you see a gardener look over to you. Is it kind of the best way I could describe it as he has the features of a certain shark boy, you know, but he's human. Shark boy, you know, but he's very human. Oh. He goes, "Are you all right? Taking a extra fun trip down to the ground?"
Yeah, you could put it like that. Let's just let's keep this one between you and me, right?
Of course,
Cool.
sir.
Tight. Sound. All right. Good day. Sorry about the peonies.
It's all right. As you head your way towards the front entrance, you head past the town, seeing Amelia complain to a rest of a bunch of old asshole-looking men. And you even see her screaming in the face of someone that looks like Creed, just trying to calm her down and be like, "Please calm down, miss. It's quite all right." And she just is not handling it well at all. But you sort of just, not my circus, not my monkeys, and walk past it. It's a very lively town of people that you never thought would be interacting with each other, sort of deal.
Weird.
You find Sizu and Taco at the very front entrance. And talking to me goes, "Good morning, sir. How are you?"
Fine. Please don't. With the surfing, it feels weird.
"Oh, well, good morning, Irax. I heard about your predicament last night."
Yeah, you could put it like that.
"Well, don't you worry. I know all about the Psyche Blade, Kate, and I am fully ready to help you."
That's appreciated.
That's what you hired me for.
I hired you? Wow, okay. Interesting. How much am I paying you? What's the sort of going rate for someone of your talents?
Well, bi-weekly I get about 50 gold.
Yeah, that's respectable. What's that get you? Think you like a nice condo?
Well, I live in the Capitol building, the castle.
Oh.
Works pretty well for me.
Very nice, very nice. Now, Caesar said something about some griffins.
Oh, yeah, come on, they're right outside.
Well, griffins.
You exit through the front of the cave for the first time officially in about 3 weeks, even if it's in a different dimension. And there's a stark difference compared to when it was on Holta. Instead of a long dark corridor with guards, there's an opening, a wide opening where people can camp out. Small markets offering items for travelers, trying to help them on their time during Zathrax. There's even an elegantly made sign at the very front that reads, "Welcome to Zathrax," in Draconic, and the same words in Common printed out in smaller letters underneath. The wall of the mountain that used to hide Zathrax and Holta is nowhere to be seen. Instead, it is an open area decorated with beautiful torches and dragon memorabilia. Sizu takes you outside and a bit farther around the mountainside to a pasture of sorts. And she opens the gates and you see a bunch of griffins grazing the grounds.
Okay, is it like some sort of special way I'm supposed to do this? Does the griffin choose the rider? Or do I just pick one?
You really aren't from here. You pick one. They're all yours. Technically, we're the ones borrowing from you.
Really? Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Do I have a favorite one? Do I have like a personal griffin?
Usually like that one over there. You see Taco point to this female griffin in the corner. Instead of the normal sort of eagle-style feathers that most griffins have, you see that this one has ginger feathers and a coloration very similar to Tiamat. Just instead of a cat, it's the griffin. That's large enough to fit your body. You always travel on Tiamat, it's your favorite.
Really? Okay. This is like some Freaky Friday shit. The griffin is called Tiamat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's funny. Alright, cool. Tiamat, come.
You see Tiamat immediately run over to you, giving you vivid flashbacks of this tiny ass cat doing it, and now it's this massive griffin, basically twice the size of your body.
That's a question. Can I still talk with animals from my blessing? Sound like a transfer across universe thing?
You can try.
Speak.
It seems like you are able to talk to this Tiamat still.
Oh, okay. Everything okay with you? You know, they're treating you nice.
Give me a second. Sorry, my sister walked into me room. I'm back.
Really? Cockney?
What? My sister walked into my room and I am back. At your service, sir.
Oh, shit, I wasn't paying attention, really. I thought you were doing Tiamat as Cockney.
No. That was
you
me
did
saying
something
my
close,
sister
like,
walked into my room.
I just heard Cockney and had like a fight or flight response.
Well, luckily for you, there's not a character that sounds like that.
Not yet, there isn't.
Not yet. There's still time. Anyways.
Yeah, so, like, all good. Like, scratching into the beak, I suppose. I don't know.
It's beautiful. You're having a moment with a past that you never thought you'd have.
Alright, maybe we don't need to, like, let's not be so hasty, guys, maybe. I can maybe get used to this place. You know, I like, you know, big griffin pet.
Virtue and Otto, you just hear in the back of your head is like, uh-oh, it's getting to him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, looks like we might
Spreading.
not have Rock anymore.
But I will fight the urge. Yeah. Alright, okay. Enough griffin scratching. Okay. I don't know. You guys want to lead the way?
I sure can do that. Yusi sees you say as she gives you a salute and then gets onto a griffin as well, as Tako does the same. And you all ride off into the sunset together as we move back to Virtue and Aldo.
Oh shit.
Casually just sitting on the couch waiting.
Okay.
Is there anything you have been doing as after you've given Lotus the bombshell of information of what you guys have been doing?
Nothing much. I'm just waiting for what's her face?
Yeah, same. I can't think unless Lotus starts asking. I can't think of anything.
Okay. You hear the front door open, and it is the bestie Azula walking in the door with the item still in her hand. Well, I have good news and more good news. Good news is that I found her location. The other good news is that it's in a restricted area, so we'll get to sneak in. How fun is that?
Huh. Well, shit, looks like we'd be sneaking in no matter what. Virtue.
Lovely.
Well, it looks like our plan to not sneak in ended up with us needing to sneak in. Great.
I'm sure you'll be fine. You have me to help you. I love sneaking into places I'm not wanted.
I'm sure she'll
You
forgive
know,
me.
Rock would adore you right now if he was here.
Don't
feel
know
like
if
you
I
wouldn't
want to
adore-
have
I-
connections with the massacre, but whatever. I'll take it as a compliment.
I mean, hey, if you need someone gone, at least someone will do it without a flinch of hesitation. Maybe. Depending on the person.
Maybe you need to have a little inner monologue thought with yourself, but I'll guide you there, okay? I'll keep the divine militia off our asses for long enough, but once we get there, you'll definitely have to disguise as yourself, just to not get caught or thrown out. She holds up a massive gemstone that she has strapped around her neck. It was hiding underneath her clothes, and it begins to glow. This will be our guide.
Okay.
I don't exactly know where we're going, but I know that it's not dangerous, all right? So just don't get caught.
I can live with that.
Ooh, I'm gonna be nice for once. She runs off into the basement, leaving you all there for a little bit longer to contemplate whether she's a good or bad person, but, you know, she's helping you, so whatever.
She's not the worst person.
She comes back with a small crate that seems to be a little bit heavy as she drops it at your feet and starts pulling out. It seems from the rattling, the noise, and all of the items, they seem to be different potion bottles. She pulls out two that look identical. All right, here's 2 potions of greater healing. Split that amongst yourselves as she sort of shoves it into your hands. It's a potion of fire resistance. Don't know how useful that'll be, but take it in case I want to get rid of it. This is a potion of mind reading. How fun is that? Don't do it on someone that's not consensual. That is fucked up. And there's one more in here. I forgot. She pulls out a small little vial. This is a potion of liquid death, you know, just in case. Here, take it.
Lovely. Okay, thanks.
What was the
I
second
was
one?
like holding the liquid death, and it's just like, huh. It's like, you know those cat stares where you're just like aimlessly staring at something that you want to fuck with it, but you're not going to? It's one of those stares.
Do not test it.
Okay.
Me personally, I've
I
never
used to
tested a
do it,
potion
but
of liquid death, so I don't know if it is a potion of liquid death. But
I mean, if anything, we may use it someday, and if we do, I will send a note on what the fuck it did.
Okay, so we got 2 potions of greater healing, which obviously 1 to Otto, 1 to me. 1 fire resistant. Who's getting the fire resistance?
I can make myself fire. Wait, let me double check before I even say that. I believe I can make myself fire resistance or immune to fire, period. So let me just double check before we decide
I'm
anything.
just slowly inch that over to me.
Don't do
And
that.
then you can
Okay, yeah,
keep
no,
the
I am
liquid
immune.
death.
Yeah, I am immune to fire. Yeah, you can have
And
that.
you can have the liquid death. Just
Yeah.
do not test it.
What, you think I'm gonna open it and fucking drink it?
Yes.
I'm not stupid.
Really?
Okay, look, I can do some very questionable things, but considering how I don't want to die for a second time, I wouldn't drink it.
I mean, you said that you were reborn. Maybe you won't die. Only one way to find out, in my eyes.
No, I can still die. It's just extremely harder to kill me.
You ate poisonous plants as a child. I don't doubt what you will put in your mouth now. Let's
Okay,
just
look,
start
I
going.
was young and not supervised.
Who's getting the potion of mind reading?
Uh,
All right, me.
I think Virtue should have it only because knowing Virtue would probably want to learn more information without asking.
Damn, that's
Okay.
fucked up. It's fucked
I'm
up.
about to say it. Like, damn, you're putting that stereotype on me.
Do you want it or not?
Let's take it.
It was death of what? I'm trying to put it in my inventory.
Liquid
Liquid
death.
death.
I don't have that on here, so I'll look it up.
It's not, I didn't bother making the potion, but if you drink it, it automatically puts your health to 0.
No.
So death saves
Or
or
like-
dead?
Fine, when I'm feeling that. You take 300 points of psychic damage.
Oh,
there you go.
Dead.
Oh, for real?
We're not telling Rock we have this.
Damn, he's not suicidal. The fuck?
No, I fear he would take it and give it to someone he really fucking despises.
What, half the NPC list?
Alright, so
I make
Fair
myself laugh.
You know, just make some random peasant just do a shot of this and watch his head explode.
Right? Anyways, let's push past that. A little bit of a psychopathic Rockcrusher arc? Maybe.
Should we
Again,
be letting him out?
yeah, I should be quiet.
Yeah, shush. They're trying to help
don't make
you,
us
okay?
question more.
Okay. Azula asks, so are you really good at sneaking around, or do you need me to turn you invisible?
I can do that myself. Actually, I can even do pass without a trace, so either way, we're probably getting through there.
I might not be the best at sneaking, but I can turn myself invisible and turn into a completely different person.
Look at that. You guys are built for this occasion. Now do whatever you want. I'm heading out.
I'll probably just go invisible, make my life. Actually, nah, I'll change. It doesn't require a spell slot.
I think both don't require a spell slot. I'll change to.
Guys, my cat won't shut
So
the
I-
fuck up.
Yeah, I'll
Here
change as well,
outside.
so I can use invisibility later.
Okay. You change into what you think is a normal citizen for the Divine City, even though you've never been outside.
We can get a general idea.
Yeah, it's enough to pass.
Yeah, we see like Azula, and we're like, yeah, no, you probably make up for most of the population.
Absolutely. Just wait till I show you the picture. I don't feel like doing it right now, but you'll get it later, okay? Trust.
Okay.
You
You need to know she's the hottest here.
You really do. It's very important. It's the most important part of this session. You head out of Azula's house and finally get a good look at the Divine City. The best way to describe it in comparison to the Marble City is that this island the Marble City, in fact, looked to be a very middle-class town, but instead of wood and stone housing, it was all white marble. The same cannot be said about this city. I mean, divine is in the name. It is going to be divine. There is a much more natural feel to it. It does look very modern, though, as if you were heading through a concrete jungle. It looks very fancy and sophisticated, with large mansions everywhere, concrete roads and fences blocking off everything. Because it is darker outside, you don't really see many people walking around. Everyone that is there seemed to be on a nice walk or stroll through the city and the town square. There are street lights lighting the entire city. Some of the poles are covered in missing posters of many different people, last seen dated to the exact times of the first or second Marble City massacre. And in the alleyways, there's spray paint graffiti of phrases like peace for the burnt or skin the traitor lying around. So just a little bit of acknowledgement to the Marble City Massacre for all these people, but it does seem very, very fancy and unlike any city that you've seen before. Like, imagine you're walking through, like, LA, but without, not LA, of, like, Times Square without all of the advertisements. Cute. It's pretty. But the farther you travel, the more you get past the divinity of the divine city. The sophisticated housing turns into humble suburbs, and you're now near the outskirts of this town area. Covered in tall trees, casting a shadow onto houses below, each of these trailer homes have a host of different characters. There are all kinds of people living in these trashy homes. Some look miserable, so others look like they're having a grand old time in their dank neighborhood. There is nothing but a gravel pathway leading you farther down the road, and eventually the scenery around you is completely filled with dark oak trees and dark brown leaves filling the open sky. Azula looks up from the gemstone in her hand for a second. We're getting closer, so might want to start hiding a little bit better. Prepare yourselves. I don't actually know. This is the farthest I've gone.
Okay.
Okay. Sneaking time.
For real.
You see Azula lead all of you into the trees off of the main gravel path as she starts to crouch down a little bit more and to be a lot more sneaky with it. Can you both make stealth checks?
Yay. Okay. I'm so glad I have an advantage. 18?
I also got an 18.
Okay.
Twins.
All right. 18 and 18. You begin to see a building in the distance. And the closer that you walk to the building, the more that Virtue recognizes the general shape. Not the exact building, but something that looks very familiar. The large, worn-down building with a metal fence around it and metal gate in front of that. The faint sound of children running around, playing and screaming. The play area in the backyard, a very broken-down play area at that. And the lack of comfortability that you feel. You can tell this is an orphanage. There isn't a sign that would tell you that, but you remember the feeling too well for it to be any other type of building. Azula holds out her arm to her side and signal for everyone to stop moving. This is where the person you're looking for is.
In an orphanage.
Hey, I don't know why we're here. That button seems identical to ones that are in there.
Interesting that they work out of an orphanage. Okay. Guess let's find a way in.
We'll tag along as well, but just not in a physical form. You see Azula say, "Good luck, don't fuck it up," as she gives you a wink and gestures to both her and Lotus with whispers of an incantation and hand movements. And quickly, Azula turns into a maroon-colored azul flower and floats through the air, eventually landing into Virtue's hair. Virtue, you can feel this little flower moving around as if its roots are actually limbs. You can tell that this flower is not going to come out of your hair anytime soon. Lotus morphs into a lotus flower and falls into the same loop. She crawls up and gently tugs her way into a little crest in Otto's horn. Otto, you feel the same thing as Virtue does. This flower seems to be very alive and stable, so you don't have to worry about it falling off. It's very strange, almost feels like a little bug on your head, but you know what it is.
Huh. Wasn't clear about. So, shall I open the door for us to go through?
We're just gonna walk into the front door.
Through my front door?
Oh.
Unless you want to go to the front door.
So you... I'm just concerned about us just teleporting in there.
I mean, we could go to the front door. You did say you wanted to talk to him.
God.
Two options.
Well, I think teleporting is the worst idea because you don't know where you're going to teleport and you could just teleport straight in front of someone.
Well, I can
And then we're
see through the
automatically
door.
intruders.
Yeah. So are we going to the front door?
Sure.
Alright. Lead the way.
Yay! So does it look like... Okay, main thing, before we do this, does it look like it's like an... Oh, obviously unwelcoming, but does it look like it's closed off to the public? Like,
There is a fenced
you might
gate.
get shot.
Well, you don't know that, but there is a fenced gate in front of it. But all of the lights are out and you can't hear anyone. It seems that seeing an orphanage has made your mind go through a little bit and you're just hearing voices of children in your head. The more that you're focusing, the less and less you can hear people talking. It is like midnight, so.
Okay. Well, if it is that... I suppose you want to... What you meant by teleport was just go into the fence. Or past the fence. Because I don't think this door is going to... Does it look like... I'm guessing if it's a gate, it's locked.
The gate is
Especially if it's
locked.
midnight.
You don't know about the door.
I'm guessing we can't slip past the gate, so... I guess teleporting it is.
You see Otto just kind of smile a little bit as like a door kind of slowly rises from the ground and they kind of open the door and motion for Virtue to go through.
Where are you dimension dooring to exactly?
I'm assuming from this discussion we are going to the gate. We don't want to break anything. I don't want to go straight in. Am I correct?
Yes, we do not want to go straight in. Because that would be another problem.
I mean, we're already trespassing, but sure.
We are already trespassing.
So where
After
where are
you-
you going to locate this door? I just need to know.
I'm assuming in a few feet in front of the door, like the actual door itself.
Okay, so you're not teleporting into the building. You're teleporting past the fence.
No. Yeah, just
Gotcha.
past the fence.
I understand. I understand now.
Actually, wait, can I change it a little bit instead of it still works like dimension door, but just for shits and giggles, can I just like open the gate instead?
Like, open
For
a
shits
door
and
to
giggles?
just let
This is
us
where
walk
we're
through.
going.
Shit, why not? I don't care.
Otto kind of walks over and just opens the gate.
You still use Dimension Door, though.
Oh, I know.
Better take
I
one of
did
those
use
slots
the
out.
Dimension.
I was about to say.
I know.
Still
I
get
will.
away with
Don't
that.
worry. Don't worry. I will. I said I'm still using Dimension Door. I just want to open the gates for shits and giggles.
Let's get past the gate. Walking in through the door.
Well, you're walking through the gate now. Open the gate. I can't believe you couldn't just open an unlocked gate, Richard. God.
You used a spell.
Get your ass through the gate.
I am! I'm already on the other side. Can we just get past the gate?
I already went through the gate. I walked through the gate. Can't let me have any fun.
Okay. Past the gate. Do we explode?
You do not. You
Yay.
are good.
Okay.
You step on a
Would you
live
like
mine
more?
and explode. No, you're fine.
Okay. I guess walking up to the front door, does it seem like anything's going on inside? Like, is there anyone awake?
You hear two older women talking to each other, but you don't hear any children.
No, I don't know. It would be funny if I just decided to knock. No, I think the whole motto to this session has been YOLO, so...
Literally.
You literally had me be the snarkiest gaslighting person ever, so YOLO it.
Sure, Virtue just walk up to the door and after hearing it, just gently knock.
You hear these two older women's conversation a little bit. You hear one of them say, "Thing looks so lost and confused. I didn't wish we had to take it in, but what would the press say? And this is good press. The thing is such a weird race. Maybe we can sell it off to that new laboratory that they're making."
Oh,
And then as soon as you knock on the door, you hear the conversation go silent. And then one person walking up to the door. And then the door slowly creaking open. And this older woman, looking to be very kind and sweet face on, says, "Yes, dear."
Hi, I was wondering if there is anyone here by the name Elise?
"Oh, yes, not many people want her. She's so old." "But you must understand, these aren't the current functioning hours. You have to come between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m., and it is not."
No, I'm sorry. Maybe a bit of a misunderstanding. Elise how do you say your last name again? Banchette?
Is Blanchet, if you want to say it.
Blanchet.
Or
Blanchet,
Blanchette,
okay.
if you just want to say it like that, too.
Blanchet. Okay, Elise Blanchet?
Well, yes, we have that old girl. She's been here for quite a few weeks now. Mm-hmm.
Last I recall, sorry, I caught wind that she would be here, and from my understanding, she was an adult.
No, dear. Right on that cusp, but you can't be out unless you're 18 or older.
Okay, wait. Could you repeat what she said again? I heard it, but I didn't hear it.
She said, right on the cusp, you can't be out on your own until you're 18.
I never looked at her age. I'm older than her.
yeah, no.
Girl, a lot
she's
of people are older than you, but she is still a teenager.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm older than her.
Yes, you are like 100. She is.
Wait, how old did you
No,
say?
me. Like
Yeah.
a person.
Oh, yeah, she's 16.
I'm 17.
Look at that.
As I'm saying, me as a person. I know
Oh.
she's like human.
Yeah, she's 16.
Damn, a 16-year-old little.
Well, if that's all, please. We had a very rough day. We can't help us waking up any of the kids now, can we?
Indeed. S- I suppose that we can come back later.
Mm-hmm. Have a good day.
You as well.
You see her smile fade a little bit into a bit of anger as she closes the door, thinking that you can't see her, but you can pick up on the fact that her expression changed.
I would
Really
like.
quickly, Claire. I'm sorry. If you want, you can.
Oh, I was just gonna ask for like an insight check on that whole conversation because I was waiting till the end.
Go for it!
Yeah.
Well,
Go for
well, never
it!
doing that roll. Does this place have windows?
Yes, it
I wanna be-
does. It looks like
And what are the-
every room-ish, every kid's room has a window. You could tell because of the apartment-style windows that it looks like.
Are there any windows like at the floor we're at, really quick? Because I want to make sure no one can, or make sure no one's looking through the windows. Period. At this moment.
Yeah, there are windows on this floor if you want to make an investigation check.
I was more gonna have like. Obviously, we're probably not gonna stay for the whole thing, but I was thinking of sending a pseudo dragon to stay around the place and peek through windows.
You can do that as well.
I just wanted to make sure no one's looking through the windows like that are facing us to make sure no one can see that I'm pulling out a pseudo dragon.
Mm-hmm. You're sort of backed up against the front door, and it doesn't look like there are any windows around the front door or on the front door either.
Okay. I'm gonna pull the pseudo dragon's gonna like kind of leave my sleeve and then just kind of start making their way. I think I'll have the pseudo dragon start for like climb their way to the top of the building.
Okay.
Well, they can fly actually. They don't even need to be climbing. And then before I have the pseudo dragon even do anything, I'm gonna look at Virtue and be like, "Do we want to go?"
How did a 29 do?
You can tell that this woman was not lying about the fact that Elise is here, but it does seem like she was putting on a very massive front as to being kind. Her smiles were very not genuine. She didn't have any wrinkles over her eyes, and she was smiling at you, very condescending tone. She wasn't lying. She was just lying about being happy about it.
How much would it be if we would have bribed her? She would have woken up the kids. But
I'm curious. When I mentioned Elise, was there any like shift?
It seemed
Like, did
that her, like, sort of, her cheeks tugging upward a little bit and eyebrows squinting seemed a little bit of a disgusted look. Mm-hmm.
That was interesting. I never knew how young she was. Then again, I don't normally ask people their ages. I'm not sure if we should break an entry or truly wait for the morn.
B&E, B&E, B&E.
What?
Break
What?
it
B&E,
in her.
break and enter.
Jesus.
You have to become Rockcrusher to free Rockcrusher.
I don't know how
I'm not-
the
Get
Virtue.
inside
I'm
the
not-
head of the person you are trying to free.
Exactly.
I am not quite sure if we should break in entry, because not only does it feel sort of wrong that there are just 2 old women in there, if this is an orphanage, we would be disturbing a lot more than 2 slightly condescending old women.
Yeah, it was just two old women,
Really,
a bunch
really
of kids.
quickly,
Like, what the
Claire.
fuck are they gonna do?
Quick question, Claire. We heard what she said through the door, correct? Like, both of us.
You sure did.
I was gonna look at Virtue and be like, I'm just saying, those seem like some very mean, condescending, and downright bad people. Are we really gonna let them do that to a kid? Back to the labs. They're making a new lab. I'm like whispering this, so like if someone's at the door, they can't hear this. I'm saying that now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do not agree with it. If we think about it, if we break an entry, we will not just be bothering them, and also we'd be wanted here again.
Well, how about this? We don't break an enter today. We wait, get a little information. I'm gonna like point to the roof where the pseudo dragon's like poking its head out. I will watch the pseudo dragon for majority of the night, see what the kids are doing, see if the old bats are doing anything that's out of the ordinary, and obviously if something happens, tell you. How does that sound?
That sounds fine. And then as soon as it's morning, I could perhaps speak to Elise more properly.
Elise has seen the dragons, right? Yeah, at least he's definitely seen the dragons. So instead of risking you coming, what if we sent the pseudo dragon? Because we already know those ladies are cranky and mean.
I don't know if they would jump me for entering an orphanage.
I mean, from the sounds of it, sounds like they have something planned, so they might not let you in for a while. They make excuses.
I'm saying for opening hours.
All right. Well, if that's gonna be the plan, let's start heading back, I guess.
Okay, that's our plan.
You see,
That was out of character.
you see the flower on Virtue's head fall off of your head, and then as soon as it hits the ground, you see the body of Azula come out of it. Really? We came all the way here and we're not even gonna break in and enter overnight? Ugh.
Do you want to?
Sounds like more fun.
It's an orphanage.
We're not breaking into the orphanage. We're breaking into the room of one orphan.
Speaking of that, I'm gonna like kind
That
of
doesn't seem. That still doesn't seem. I want to have a fine conversation with her, not break into her room in the middle of the night and be like, "So, I have some questions for you."
That's cool though. I mean, it's an orphan. What the fuck are they gonna do? Are you gonna tell that parent?
While they're having this whole conversation, I've already given the pseudo dragon a command to start searching. I'm not looking through their eyes, but considering how they know it, actually no, they don't know what they look like. I don't even think I know what they look like without the mask. Do I?
Do you? Let me think about that.
I'm trying to remember if she took off her mask. Because, okay, I'm like thinking of the last interaction we had. I don't remember if she had her mask on or not.
I know that both Virtue and Rockcrusher know what her face looks like. I don't think you do, though.
No, I don't. Okay, yeah. I don't
Virtue just like gives
Virtue
starts giving a rundown of what she looks like.
Wait, can't I?
Probably.
Considering how the pseudos like talk to you through like pictures, can't Virtue like give a visual picture to the pseudo dragon and give it back to me?
Girl, how the fuck is Virtue gonna give you a physical picture?
Like okay, Virtue.
No, describe Pictionary.
Minor image.
That too.
Do you have minor image?
Do I have minor image?
Anything that could do something other than a verbal description?
I do not have minor image.
I might have minor image. Write something. Give me a description. But...
Look, I'll say that Virtue describes what she looks like, and including the scars, which would probably be more notable.
All right. and that pseudo dragon is now searching for said child and is well, as long as the old bats are there, doesn't care if they're seeing the kids.
Oh. Okay, you're
That's-
not looking through the pseudo dragon's eyes, though, correct?
No, I'm not. The pseudo dragon has that order to look for that kid, and once that kid is found, they go back to the roof.
Okay. Give me a second.
And then the old women jump us.
You just see these old women being like, "Oh my God, there's a bat at the window! Someone please help!" And like we look up and it's the pseudo dragon that's like looking through the kids' windows who are probably screaming because they see a dragon.
The pseudo dragon gets shot.
Oh,
Hey,
you
these
hear them
old
like,
ladies could
"Oh,
have
crap."
guns. These old ladies could literally have guns.
I hope not. I
True.
shot.
We could break an entry. This old lady could turn around with a fucking shotgun. Okay, I'm not messing with old women.
Otto.
Yes.
So you're the only one that hears this because you got a little bit of a communication line with the pseudo dragon. But
Mhm.
as soon as Virtue and Azula are talking with each other, you hear a gunshot, and then you feel that your pseudo dragon has in fact been killed, died, has been shot.
I'm imagining Otto can
Womp
slightly
womp.
feel it, so kind of like puts their hand near their chest and takes a minute, like, oh shit, oh my chest, and like looks up,
It's-
sees the pseudo dragon falling, and like catches it, like, oh
Yeah.
my God.
The bullet, it was more of like a silencer gun of how you heard a noise, but it wasn't loud enough to alert anyone else unless you're paying attention to it. But you do in fact know that there is a bullet, there was a shot, and then the pseudo dragon is now falling to the ground after looking into an open window. So you can assume.
I'm gonna point to the open window of like where my pseudo dragon got shot. Either the old women are up there or that kid's up there and just shot my dragon. As like the pseudo dragon slowly just becomes magical.
Looking
and
at the
fades
window, is there anyone peeking?
No.
I'm
Is
tempted
shot-
to now break and enter.
Are you going to take us to war over your pseudo dragon?
That hurt.
When the fuck were kids
I
able to
care
have
about my pseudo
guns?
dragon.
Isn't that illegal?
I mean, considering
Oh,
how
yeah.
that child has a lot of connections, and Jesus has a. I don't even want to get into that shit.
That one is
Special.
very very special child.
I would argue this kid can become more intelligent than you. That's how severe like this kid
Damn,
is.
that's really hard to do. Must be a wizard.
Yeah. Well, a wizard with a gun, apparently. Because Otto like kind of looks up at the window. So, are we breaking in, or are we just waiting till morning? I'm like mainly looking to Virtue for confirmation because it's technically Virtue's plan.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Or don't, or don't do it.
Wait.
Do what you feel is best.
Okay, here's my only dilemma for if we don't break in. If we don't break in, there is an iffy chance that these old bats will actually send a kid somewhere it's not good. And considering how me and Rock have been to the labs once, we didn't like it. And considering how they're being treated there, I think even Rock would argue that that's not pretty good. And he has a very fucked up moral compass.
It's up to you, Buster.
Only you two could spend half an hour debating whether to go into a building or
Rock
not
was,
to
like,
go into a
already-
building.
Yeah, no, you would have already
Already
broken down
dead.
the door and gotten
Yeah, I
shot
would've-
by an old
I-
lady.
Yeah, and I would have not cared. It's a fucking old lady with probably a fucking air rifle.
This is why we have split the party. Not why, but
Okay.
we have split
Well,
the party to have more.
I'm gonna
Is there a
allow
way we could get to that window without alerting it?
roll and find out.
the only way we're able to get up there without alerting anyone is if I become something like a fly. But even then, I don't know how good this kid's aim is.
Or maybe
I
land
probably
next to
not.
the window and then peek in. If we could shoot
Sure.
the head of a fly, I don't
know
think we
this
should
is
break in there.
You know, if okay, what level is this window at? Because I actually,
Oh my god.
depending on the
The
level, I may
third
not get.
floor.
Okay, I
floor.
think
It's
think it's
literally
right
been
at
half
third.
an hour. How do you do this?
Fuck off. Okay, sure. I'll turn into a fly and peek to see if it's her, and I will do said thing and go there.
Okay, you turn into a fly and fly up to the open window and land on the windowsill. And you can see someone talking from behind an armor stand. It's a bit of a weird stance because you can't really see who this person is from where they are. But you see that the door opens slightly. And this person immediately runs out from the armor stand and at the door. And it seems familiar to the person. She's covered in scars, so that's something. The more that you see her, the more that you see that her legs, her body are covered in scars. And instead of these two normal human hands that she has, you can see that they are fully made out of metal. Seems that she has two robotic hands of sorts. And the door opens and she puts herself right in between the door and the cracks. You can't see who it is. But then Elise says, "Be safe, all right?" And then you hear someone else from behind the door say, "Trust me, E, I'm not a little kid anymore." "Sure, but you know the state of the world, especially after you left." "Don't you trust me?" "It sounds like you don't trust me." "I trust you, Daichi. Just make sure to update me once you get there. And if you need to come back, all right?" "Sure can do, buckaroo." "And one more thing. You are more than your amulet. Find your peace." Yeah, whatever." The door closes and you see Elise put her head on the door and sigh, and then put down a helmet and start working with a bit of wire. It seems like she's either welding. This whole room is covered in a lot of tech that you don't understand, but she's just working away. She hasn't obviously noticed a fly on the windowsill. It is, in fact, Elise, though, is the one thing you can recognize, especially from the voice.
Yeah, considering how she just said she's very fun information to give her to when I get back down. I want to kind of, obviously after that whole interaction, I'm gonna head down, turn back to myself, and basically just give the whole rundown of what I just saw and heard.
Well, sounds like you found your kid. Congrats.
Yeah,
At least we now know which room she is in, so if we do break an entry, it's only one room.
Yeah.
See, now you're thinking like someone.
Now, are we doing it, or are we waiting until opening? Like, you get final say, because normally Rock doesn't you. And I don't want to be like Rock.
Sure, why don't... I don't know how I'm going to get up there, but if you want to perhaps break in and basically say that you want to talk and not get shot, hopefully, I don't climb.
Fair
Might
enough.
be an elf, I don't climb.
I was gonna look and be
Not a
like,
wood elf here.
I feel like if I go back up there and turn into myself, I'm gonna get shot. You know what? High risk, high reward. We'll Hopefully I don't get shot up. If I do,
If you get shot, throw yourself out the window so I can save you.
I was thinking more of dimension door because I don't want to have a chance of breaking a spine.
Then I could heal that.
Fair enough. All right. Looks like I'm going back up. Oh, actually, do I want to go up? What time is it?
It's
You
like
said it's like nighttime?
it's like midnight, maybe 1 a.m. now.
Okay, yeah. Then I'll go back up. As a fly. Again. Yay.
Okay.
Don't get shot.
Hope not.
Well, you are a fly, and she has not noticed the fly on the wall, quite literally.
God, I'm like trying, okay, me processing this, I'm trying to think, how do I go about this without her yelling? Because if she yells, I'm screwed.
Starts aggressively buzzing.
If I Okay, looking around the room, loose ink. I saw this
Oh my
once in a movie
God.
and I don't
Oh
think
my
I can
god,
afford
you're
it.
gonna write?
Oh,
It's gonna be
shit.
stupid. Shut up.
If
Looking
Rockcrusher wasn't in the party, you guys would still be trying to deal with Otto's mum.
If there's
oh my
not,
God,
then I'll
should
just
we
go
do
and become
this?
myself.
Looking around the room, you do not see any loose ink. It seems like everything ink-wise is from actual pens that have ink inside of them.
Fair enough. Alright.
Welcome to the 21st
I'm
century.
going to land on the floor and become myself, but motion for her not to do anything and like point out the window and be like, before you say anything and before you fucking shoot me, I just wanted to relay a message. Please don't shoot me. Like I'm like whispering this, like praying to the Lord she doesn't pull out a gun and fire at me.
You see that she has not moved from working.
Does she even give two shits?
No.
Fair enough. So Virtue wants to talk to you.
Then why is she not here herself? I do not need a messenger.
Well, due to the fact that Virtue is an elf and can't climb 3 stories, and it's midnight and the doors technically are locked and the old ladies wouldn't let us in.
Is that all you wanted to say?
I guess. I mean, there's not much I can say.
Then go.
And it's like, you've got a cool room. I really look around for a hot minute and then, alright.
My mission is finished.
Okay.
I do not want to deal with you or your friends anymore.
Ironically, that's what I'm talking about. Anyways, I guess Virtue will come by in the morning and kind of like wave a hand. Unless you want to go down and talk to him now.
She doesn't respond. She moves over to a computer and starts typing code on it, which you also don't understand. Don't even know what a computer is.
It's like, what's that?
Oh
Dude,
shit, this is Windows
years of
XP?
Vader, and I have no fucking what you're doing. But see ya. And I'll kind of like look over and then take a hot minute, realizing I can't turn back to an animal, and kind of look down at the window, being like, shit. And like a door will open underneath me, and then I'll fall through and pop up next to Virtue. Hi.
All right. Everyone shut up. We're going to pause on that. Give you a bit of moment to think. Let's move over to Rockcrusher, okay? Give a little bit of time into the spotlight, all right?
It's been 87 years.
It sure has. It sure has.
Please tell me they at least managed to make it through the window.
Grandpa, let's get you back to bed, all right?
Okay. Wait.
Speaking of
Griffins.
bed, Griffins. So during this flight, you take a little bit of a break in the middle of nowhere to let the Griffins eat a little bit of food. Seems that this is a little longer of a flight than you thought it was going to take. But you guys just end up sitting around for a little bit, eating food, having a little bit of small talk, with a group of people you never thought that you would be alone with good, pleasant conversations. It's very somber and quiet. Most of it is just Taco asking different questions about what your world is like, and then having weird remarks as to how different the universes are, and all nerdy shit about how the universes are colliding and it's the Mandela effect. You don't even know what that is. Is he like a guy that lived here? Something along those lines.
Who knows?
That is, until you hear a small crackling in the woods. The conversation goes quiet, and everyone tenses up a little bit, trying to stay quiet and listen to the noise. The crackling begins to sound like footsteps getting closer and closer, and you hear this whistle of a tune begin.
Oh, no.
Suzuzaki's face immediately turns from curiosity to straight fear and thinks, fuck, it's Quasi, she mutters to herself while standing up immediately and drawing her sword. Taco responds with, what? That doesn't make any sense. All of the gods disappeared on the darkest day. What on the island could he be doing here? He says before standing up as well. The more this person, Quasi apparently, begins to get closer, the more of its features you begin to recognize. It looks like Quasi for sure, however, in a similar fashion to Quinn Lockwood, his skin is a lot grayer toned, and he lacks most of the features on his face, other than 2 hollowed out eye sockets and a hollowed out mouth. Such a tragic fate for the Grand Rockcrusher, isn't it? Quasi says. Suzu seems to be a bit confused. Aren't you supposed to be dead? The world changes quite a lot. Some perceive me as dead, alive, and others see me as a pest. Maybe we are all really dead, and this is just a figure of your imagination, he says, staring at you. Suzu's back begins to turn as she looks towards you, this bit confused. Do you know this guy?
Yeah, kind of. I said shit was gonna get weird.
Right on cue, as you say shit's gonna get weird, you see Quasi's back arch as he grows in size. His skin rips off of his own bodies, and his limbs elongate to an unnatural degree. His eye holes close up, but his mouth grows even more to show a teethy grin in his mouth, very similar to Jinx in a way. Can you please roll initiative?
What? Not else we achieved. You can see this one coming. That's 21.
Okay.
See, I've actually got any weapons.
You have a great axe.
Just a regular one.
Just a great axe.
I mean, I feel like I'm the emperor. I feel like I just a little better than just a great axe, you know?
Ooh,
Yeah, I'm making a good point here.
No,
I'm the leader of
well,
the
here's the
tribe.
thing. You're not the leader of a tribe. Irax is a leader of a tribe. Different people, different Iraxes. Maybe he doesn't fight. He doesn't fight in this
I have all of his
universe.
stuff. And I've got all of his stuff. 'Cause
Yeah.
I have
Who's to
placed
say
him
that he
on my-
doesn't have any items? He doesn't fight. Did you not hear Sizu saying that he's a goody two-shoes, all rainbows and sunshine? Doesn't sound like a fighter to me. You're lucky that I let you keep all of your abilities, okay? I was about to make a full new character sheet for you. Anyways.
God, okay, fine. Just a great axe.
Don't be mean.
Not even like a +1, maybe. I already got one in
You...
his inventory. I can just click it.
Well, here's the thing. It's not your inventory. You don't have any of that. Anyways, this creature...
Great axe. Just a great axe.
Rockcrusher,
Got it.
it is your turn first. This creature is about 20 feet away from you.
Give me a second, I gotta unequip a bunch of shit.
Just remember you can't use any of it.
None of my items.
None of your items. You still have your abilities, because those are learned. Not...
And
Oh,
fucking
no!
back down to a fucking strength score of 20. Yeah.
God forbid. +5? Fuck.
I still keep the con score though, because it's from a book I read. It gave me that. Okay. It's in my head.
Mm-hmm.
20 feet away, you say?
Yes.
Okay. Usually I would just run in there and start hitting it with an axe. I'm gonna look around. Does it seem like it's being aggressive? Does it look like it's got aggressive intent?
Make an insight check.
It's a free.
It is not it's not in a stance to attack you.
Is it in a stance to attack anyone else?
You got a 3, so I don't know.
Okay, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Alright, in that case, I'm gonna... Who's the closest to it?
Taco.
And whereabouts is Sizu?
Sizu's right next to you.
Okay. In that case, I am gonna run forward so that I'm in, like, sort of in front of Taco, leaving Sizu behind. I will bonus action Rage. Where is that? And I will use my action to perform a dodge.
Sounds good. That was a really wild way of saying you're gonna prepare to dodge, but
Well, I mean, I can't bonus action it as everyone else. I could use my full action.
okay.
No, yeah, it's my turn.
Works for me. Next up is Shizuzaki. Funny name. She pulls out her long sword and begins to charge past you towards this creature. You see her attempt to attack it. And you see that she is at an angle where you think that the sword is going to absolutely annihilate this thing, but you see it phase right through it. And she also phases right through it as she stumbles to the ground. She stands back up to do another attack, but it also phases right through it as well. Next up is Quasi question mark. That's the closest you can be to my head.
The thing?
The thing? Rockcrusher, can you make a wisdom saving throw?
Maybe.
I guess the
4.
question is, can you... Okay.
Saves.
4? Oh, absolutely.
4.
Um,
Oh, yeah.
You see this creature's mouth opens and a dark, dark mist comes out of it and starts to engulf around you. And as it engulfs around you, you see Taco and Sizu try and run to save you, but even though Sizu is able to phase through the creature, she cannot phase through the smoke as it covers your entire body, leaving you in darkness.
Oh no. Guess we're getting kidnapped again.
Well, so technically combat is over at this point, unfortunately. Forgot you
See.
have a really bad wisdom score. That's on me, actually.
Hello? Anyone
Mm.
here? So, Shizu? Taco? Anyone?
You hear a low, low voice. I can't actually go that low because I am a female, but just assume, all right? You hear it say, Irax Sadar.
Araxada.
Yes, thank you. Doing a very good job. I'm going to get a voice changer just so I can play more characters.
Okay, there we go.
Do you know where you are?
Currently, I assume I'm sort of a quasi-creature's stomach or something within a dream. Probably within some sort of matrix pod in the real world. I really don't know. It's a bit Inception-y at the moment.
You are not in a dream, Irex.
Oh,
You
for
are
real?
in the interdimension. A place between time and space itself. I have been looking after you for quite some time, but I did not foresee this to happen to someone like you.
To be honest with you, whoever you are, I didn't expect it to happen right either. So, I guess we're on the same page.
Well, do you want help?
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, yeah. You've been watching the whole thing. I've been trying to get help. I'm trying to get out of here.
I
It's
can
nice
take you
work.
back to Holta. However, I will need something from you.
Here we go. What do you want? You want my soul? Yeah, let me. I got like. No, I don't have any gold. Actually, it's in my body.
Your currency means nothing to me.
Well, it means quite a bit to me. So, whatever. Proceed.
I need control.
Control of
You.
why?
Because the prophecy needs it.
Oh, the one where the world gets destroyed.
I shall rid you of your curse, but in return, I must need some control of myself. It shall not hurt you or any of your friends, but is a necessary intervention of sorts that I must take to keep things moving.
If I say no,
Do you want to find out what happens if you say no?
well, no. I want to know what happens if I say no before I say no.
You must take that risk, or be
That's
stuck in an interdimension for the rest of time.
okay. I don't think the rest of time. Okay, I'm sure the rest of the people are working very, very diligently, very hard to get me out of here.
But is their story written by them?
Well, I don't know. Who fucking? No one knows. Okay, the weird philosophical questions.
It is not a philosophical question. It is the truth for you.
Philosophical, huh?
It is the truth for you. Rockcrusher, I can change the prophecy to have it just be you. You could make the new world once this one is over.
Just we're on the same page. This is, who is it? Is it Midas or Demus or something?
Do you know which one was in charge
them
of
was-
choosing you?
One of them was my guy, wasn't they?
I'm not going to tell you which one it was.
Probably Demus, considering it's the guardian of ending. Yeah. Yes, it's Demus. Hmm.
Your friends do not need to know. It'll just
Yeah,
between you and me until the end.
Yeah, but I'll know. And don't really want the world to end. Let's be honest here. Things were just starting to sort of look up for me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go no. It's gonna be a no for me.
I shall see you in Drahadux, Irax Sadar.
Yeah, suck my dick.
As all of the smoke clears, and you sees you sort of gripping onto your shoulders, shaking. He goes, hey, are you all right? I really don't want to do this. As she attempts to slap you in the face, but then you manage to hold her hand before she manages to slap you.
Good, I'm good.
Ugh, scared me.
That was fun. Well, fun. Interesting.
What, you passing out and us having to stop because you fell off your griffin?
Oh, you... Okay, so that was all hallucination. Big sort of creaturey thing with a black smoke. You didn't see that?
Maybe it's something from your world. Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, well, either way, I just told God, well, a God, to go suck my dick. So,
Definitely not the Irax I know.
Yeah. Said I could, remake the world once it ended.
Do you need to rest a little bit? You hit your head really hard on the ground once you fell. We could take a bit of a rest, or we could keep going, but...
I'm pretty good. And just get any water. Anything a bit stronger, actually.
I have water and a few rations, but no alcohol.
Fine. When in Rome. I'll just knock the water back. Just give my mouth a swill. Spit some blood out, maybe a bit of broken tooth.
How lovely.
It's right. We can grow these things back. Yeah. It fucking sucks to be a humanoid, right?
I lived for like 800 years.
Okay, fair enough. But once your tooth falls out, though, it's fucked. It's 800 years with no teeth.
Have a point, I guess.
I got 80 years with some perfect pearly whites.
Good for you, bud.
Yep. Okay. Moving on. Let's get going.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hope I don't do that again.
I hope you don't fall off your griffin again. That's unfortunate. You hop back onto Tiamat. Tiamat asks if you're okay because you did in fact fall off of her from like 50 feet to the ground. Seem fine though. Congratulations, you know?
Not your fault, girl. A little scratch.
Nice. After another hour or so of traveling without any other rudely interrupting guests along the way, Sisu finally stops and ventures down back onto the ground. She doesn't get off of the griffin, sort of just using it more as a horse to travel, but you aren't in the sky anymore. You land in this thick foliage and large trees with blooming leaves and flowers to an opening in the ground. Near the base of a large hill is this hole that looks to have been exploded not from the outside in, but the inside out. You can't see into it at this angle, but you can still feel a bone-chillingly cold temperature from within and a thick atmosphere around it. Gods, I haven't seen this cage in ages. Looks just as menacing as it was left. Absolutely. I know it's supposed to be a historical site, but still, having to think about all the people stuck in here brings chills to me. Well, hopefully we learn from this cave, learn how to get you back, and how to get Irax back in here, so that we all can go home, right?
Yeah, right. That's a question. Also, a little pass-out moment. I was informed that I'm actually in an interdimension. Not a dream. This is actually real. Good for you guys. That makes me think, what happened to your guy? If I'm here, where's he?
I don't like to think about it too much. I just hope that he's, floating in the void, all safe and sound, and it's not anywhere else.
don't think he's in like my place, right? That would really suck for him.
Well, from what I know about an interdimension, anything can happen in there.
We'll have some cool stuff though. I got a really cool axe, it's really cool belt, really cool cape. I got pet cats. I got fly, I got wings. That's pretty cool.
That's nice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Well,
pretty baller.
good to see that you have gotten past the idea of us being fake, but still need to hopefully we learn something. Maybe we can even figure out how the Guardians disappeared.
Oh, that's a question. No guardians, no Bakuzos here, right?
Well, we have Bakuzos, but about in 50,000 BTDD, the tribes began to revolt against the Guardians' wishes. The Guardians were trying to help them, but they found out that the creatures were more powerful together, and so they began to fight back against the Guardians using the Bakuzos. After a long fight with the Psyche Blades at the head as he gestures to the cave, the tribes lost, and the Psyche Blades were banished here during about 30,000 BTDD. It didn't last long when they manipulated one of the gods, Quasi, into joining their team, and with his help, they took over the world again. It took the Guardians and the other god, Quinn, 30,000 years to figure out what to do, and on the darkest day, the Psyche Blades broke out of this cave, and with a massive planar fight wide, the Guardians sacrificed themselves to destroy all the Bakuzos and made the world peaceful again. So now, the Bakuzos have been slowly coming back just as normal, animals, and we don't have any gods to deal with. Sorry for the rant. I'm very love history. It's one of my favorites.
Pretty informative stuff. Yeah. Okay. Cool. How is this place supposed to help then?
Well, the Psyche Blades were stuck here for 30,000 years, and they were known to try and get allies from outer dimensions. So, if we need to find a way to get out of this dimension into another, then they probably have some sort of information on it.
Yeah, that's a good point. How do we get in without them getting out then? Because you got a nice thing going here. I really don't want to sort of ruin it for you guys.
Well, the
What's the point
Psyche
of
Blades are
these guys?
all gone.
Oh, they're all dead.
The Guardians took out the Bakuzos and everyone that tried to destroy the world.
Oh, okay. Let's go then.
Okay. Virtue and Auto. Give you one more chance. Don't fuck it up.
Oh, no,
Well, sorry.
great. Yep.
Look, I'm the overly cautious one, and now I'm with someone who also is overly cautious, so we're just overly cautious.
No, I'm trying because I remember how Virtue's always just like Rock's going out and doing stuff and not listening. Otto's just like, all right, I don't want to be like Rock, so I'll listen and I'll let you make the decision. I would have been broken in for a while ago.
I went
Look,
for a
see-
full combat encounter until I got to suck my dick in the time it's taken you guys to fly through a window.
Okay.
Not that anyone's keeping track or anything.
Yeah,
Hold
no
on,
one.
can
No
we
one's
just-
keeping track.
Can we just, like, skip to the morning and skip any other possible arguments that...
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're not gonna break into someone's room.
I cannot climb through stories, and I don't think I don't think Ari's gonna be happy if I use all our spell slots.
I mean,
Okay.
okay, this is how I'm gonna put it for you really quick. I use my last spell slot to bring you up there, you're not coming back down.
That's what I thought. So morning.
All right. You
Long rest, yay.
decide to take a little camp in the woods, not go all the way back. And you see on full display that you now realize that Azula is a mixture of a wizard and a sorcerer with the spells that she's doing to sort of create a campsite, create food and water and shelter for you all to stay in. You know, she can be nice occasionally, you know?
Wow.
Lovely.
And in the morning, you hear, more than see, the children starting to run wild, and you can even see more people entering of these adults than just these two elderly women driving these weird metal vehicles that have wheels on them that aren't being driven by like horses and shit. It's weird to look at. Getting past this gate and
Magic.
going into the orphanage.
You
Lotus and Azula turn back into flowers as to keep it looking from like there's a massive group of people, but they are still with you just to get you.
All
Right
right,
back to
onward.
the door. Yay.
This time we don't need to open the gate because I'm assuming it's already unlocked.
The gate is unlocked. The door is open as well.
All right, let's go in.
Huzzah.
Compared to the lavish and futuristic vibe of the rest of Kane, this is a very broken down shack of an orphanage. The building has a rough time heating and cooling to a stable temperature, and most of its windows are boarded up to cover broken glass from children. This whole building looks to be a small hotel-style structure. There's a front reception desk with someone sitting behind it. There's also a bunch of different branching off rooms where kids play inside. You can hear children laughing, running around, playing just as they want. You see a bunch of spills and people trying to clean up the spills. The children seem to be happy. And you can't find these two older women anywhere. But you do see that there is this man at the reception desk. And as soon as you enter, he speaks a little bit louder over the rushing amount of children, and he says, "Hi, what can I do for you?"
Hi, I wanted to see Elise.
Ah, you wanting to adopt her? Or just speak with her?
Just speak with her for now.
All right, can I get a name?
Virtue.
And you?
Otto.
All right, Virtue and Otto. All right, if you go up those stairs and take a left, just find the door that's labeled with her name.
All right, thank you.
Off we go.
Up the stairs, find the door.
You walk up the stairs and walk past a bunch of different rooms, and you see that each of them have a sign outside of it of children's handwriting, writing down names. You can assume that the children wrote their own names as door decorations, and they're covered in glitter glue and a bunch of... It looks really bad, but it's cute, you know, because they're children. And you get to the very edge of the third floor when you see one written in cursive saying Elise Blanchet with a blank name underneath it. Usually they have two names for each door, but this only has one.
I'll knock.
Damn, this kid got some amazing handwriting.
You knock and the door slightly opens on its own.
Okay, can I like walk inside then?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
We will follow.
Okay, let me officially give a basic description of what this room looks like, just so you have a basis and I don't have to keep explaining myself. Every inch of this room is covered in tech. There's a welding station of some kind, different guns lying around half finished, paint cans everywhere, computers, don't know what those are really, of code also that you don't know that you don't understand, inventions that you've never seen of before, and even some that you recognize. You recognize chef's armor on a mannequin stand with a helmet laying on the table next to it. There are maps of Kane, a board full of notes connected together with strings, and you can read that it's marking every one of Rockcrusher's movements since he left Kane the second time, all in different people's handwriting. There are two twin-sized beds along either side of the room, as in two in total, but they are covered in even more tools and scrap metal pieces. Next to one of the beds, you see a small jar filled with a strange liquid. Looking closer at it, it has two white contact lenses inside of them. The window, which is in the middle of these two beds, is completely open. What do you do?
So she's not in here.
I'm getting the sense that she just ditched.
You hear things, but you can't see it. You hear as if someone is moving around, but you don't see anything.
Hello?
From behind you, you hear a small cocking of a gun.
Or she's just gonna put her hands
Well,
up.
well, this is how I wanted to spend my today. Saturday? Yeah, Saturday. A gun to my head. Fun. I can knock this off my bucket list.
You
Also,
hear
can you just cut with the sassiness for
Shut up.
an hour?
you hear the gun go off, and you see in between both of you a rope just shoot out in between you onto that jar that's at the said bedside table and pulls back past you. This person is still just a floating jar, but it moves around a bit farther away from you. And you see slowly the form of Elise form out of basically nothingness as you see her fiddling with a watch, not with looking at her hand, but more of just feeling around with her hand. You can recognize her by her fair skin, her curly brown hair, but this time it's tied behind her head. She's wearing a simple gown that reveals her shoulder and neck and also shows the extent of the burn scars running from her neck down past her dress. Now that she's not wearing any armor, you can see just how much scars are covering her body. Virtue, for the first time, Otto, you recognize her from last night. She has large gashes along her arms and legs, and the most noticeable scar are on both of her hands. Instead of human-like hands, you see metal limbs attached in the shape of hands. You see her right hand has shifted into the form of a gun, almost as if it has molded itself into a gun. And you recognize that gun to be the grapple gun that she used to lasso around you, Virtue, for basically the entirety of the fight with the RKP. Her hand turns from the gun back into her hand as she opens this jar that she has grabbed and takes out the white contacts. You see her moving with her hands and not her eyes, as her eyes seem to be foggy and gray. You can tell that there used to be a hazel color to them, but there are cracks and it's scarred over. She covers those scarred eyes, and she looks at her hands and then looks around the room and then looks towards you.
Hello, Elise.
While looking at you, she puts the jar back on the table and then sits in a rolly chair and begins messing with the gun that has broken apart, so you know she can't use it, but it does seem to be more of a stronger, more powerful looking gun, but she doesn't say anything.
The work here is quite impressive.
They never look in here, so I have free will to do whatever I want.
I see. I hate to bother you about this. I know you've really set up quite a thing for yourself, but I know we know that Rockcrusher is in the interdimension. I was more curious how you even got him in there, seeing how young you are.
Talent does not come with age.
I can see that.
What I'm curious about is why you are here asking about the interdimension.
See, Rockcrusher Alto and I, of course, you knew us as the group and the fire starters. And I've sort of realized that maybe locking him up in some sort of dimension possibly wasn't the best idea. And before you... Not... I am not going to underestimate you. I know you could probably do a lot more damage than I could ever imagine. I know... To be quite frank with you, I do want to help him get out.
The biggest threat to our nation has been dealt with. He's been taken care of. I didn't even kill him. I sent him to a heaven. And you want to let that go? I am peaceful. They are peaceful. You are peaceful. He is peaceful. And you want to bring that all back? Revert it as if nothing happened?
It wouldn't be as if nothing happened. There are more threats in this world. I know that you don't know of, but I do, and I have to look at every day and realize that I can't do it. Not without him. And it's for the better of really the world as you know it. And I know how it feels, and I know that he was a monster. But what you may not know, I was once considered a monster just like him. And if I wasn't given that second chance when I was at my lowest, I never would have been who you see me as today. And right now I see Rockcrusher being at his lowest, being trapped in some sort of imaginary heaven, finally facing repercussions for his actions just as I. But if no one gives him that second chance, if we don't even know him without that curse, the curse that makes him hurt people more than he really wants to. I didn't even have one. I was just a kid.
But he was not. He is not a child. Do you want to know what he did to me? He slashed my arms. He burnt me alive, cut off my hands, ripped out all of the organs of my mother, and I used her as a hiding device before I was shoved off here after being put in a hospital for a day and taken out because I couldn't afford it. If you're saying that you were a child at the time, the whole point of children is to learn. I have learned from the trauma that I've been given, but he is an adult. His brain has already been developed. There isn't any changing something that he's grown up with. I've done enough research on him to know that he has done this forever. And he will keep doing it. He is no longer someone that is easily persuadable. Okay?
I understand, but he has also had that curse forever. Imagine if you couldn't control your hands, per se, and you hurt people with them. No matter how much you learned, you still hurt people with them, and you had no choice. Would you want to be judged on that if you always wanted to change? I am not saying let's just let him go and let him do whatever he wants again. I'm saying to give him one last chance. The last chance the only chance he's ever been given to change. You can put whatever you want on him. I don't care if you want to put a shock collar on him, some fancy device that you hit a button and it kills him instantly.
Let's not be hasty.
As long and on the condition that as soon as we rid of this curse that is making him spill more blood, that if he goes on another massacre without any change whatsoever, without any reason, just for fun like he did back then, you have every right to kill him, put him back in that heaven, or even just put him in some form of hell.
Do you think that I have that much control? Do you think you have that much control? I'd use my most valuable asset just to knock him out. Killing him would be completely out of the question unless I had a guardian on my side, and I know sure as Drahar ducks that's not going to happen. What would you even do to stop him? I've been watching your group long enough to know there's nothing that you can do to keep him from doing whatever he wanted. Unless you use that Wraith girl, but even then, if Istus can't kill him, then none of you can. Should I just think that he is going to be saved? Right now, he does not have the curse. When he did that massacre, he was in full control of his body. He was not growling like an animal. He was being himself. He even spoke to me. Do you know what he said? He got really close to me. She stands up and gets closer to you, and he whispered into my ear, "Please scream. That is my favorite part."
Not
Sure,
Rockcrusher having to
sure,
think.
maybe.
Sorry, I'm not
Okay.
laughing. I'm not laughing at her. I'm laughing at the fact that I just hear Henry in the background going, meh, meh, meh.
What?
I mean, I don't remember doing that, but maybe. Okay.
How should I
like
just
that. That's
trust
rough.
him? I know he'll go for me first. I was the one that put him there. You want me to be vulnerable? I'm afraid for my life if I let him go. Because I know that I'd be the first one he kills. You
I
have
have
too much
more.
faith in a dying hope.
I have more tricks up my sleeve than I have shown you.
And what
or
are
anyone
they?
here.
I can't just take your word for it. The last time I did that,
As much as I'd love to perform a demonstration, I wouldn't want to hurt anyone here.
you're still just saying vague things. I do not need you to show me. I just need to know. You can't expect me to reverse all of my hard work. I got him to a place where I am happy now. You want me to let him free just by your word. You are not even an RKP member. You're just a person that's friends with him that would easily take his side over mine if we were both falling off of a cliff.
Lying,
I'm going to be fully honest with you. I would not take his side over yours. And that is why I helped you in the first place.
And what about your friends? I know you were not trying to hurt me, but your friend went out of their way just to try and keep Rockcrusher from going to the interdimension. You've been silent.
She's gonna
You
look
never
at
speak for
Otto.
yourself. What?
My reason for helping Rock was due to the fact that Rock attacked me. I was in the laboratory. I felt obligated to help Rock due to the fact he helped me.
An
As you
eye
can
for an
probably
eye.
see, and you've already stated, I can't do anything against Rock. But if it came down to Rock and Virtue, I would stick by Virtue, even if it meant my life. So if Virtue is saying that they have a plan and they know what to do with Rock to deal with Rock, I would trust Virtue completely. Though it might not mean much to, I still would go with Rock. Not Rock, sorry, Virtue. I would still go with Virtue. I wouldn't go with Rock.
Rockcrusher is as strong as he may be. His tolerance to magic is very weak.
Lacking.
He can be charmed, he can be held, he can be cursed. I don't use those very often, but I can. and I hold them just in case if he was to go for that again, I could stop him, and he couldn't do anything about it. Because he's weak to it. I don't know about when his curse takes over. I don't know if that's weak to magic. It very well might not be. But I can't hold that against him. And for all we know, this curse could be the reason why he's like how he is, even outside of the curse. How has he been? I don't know anything. Not the slimmest thing about this interdimension, but if you can see into it, even for a second, is he hurting people? Without the curse, who is he? I don't even know. You don't know. And as I said, I will personally make it my life mission, and I will become a part of the RKP and help you if he was to go and do that again. But if he gets out of that interdimension and I'm able to give him just a bit of my peace of mind, I will make sure I will stop him from doing anything like that again or hurting anyone like he did to you. Again. I know you don't trust him, but please, try and trust me. I haven't lied to you so far. I haven't betrayed you. I've gone against my entire group for you. I've done it many times. I can do it again.
Your words seem to have touched her, and she's quiet, thinking to herself. I will take you there, but I will not bring him here until I hear from himself, without the curse, that he will not hurt me or any innocent people anymore. That is the most I am willing to do for him. That is the only chance I will give.
I second with that.
You see
Whenever
her.
you're ready, take your time.
You see her stand up and walk over to her bed and wipe off a few sheets of metal and bolt scraps, and she pulls out a small triangular object, a pyramid of sorts, looks like. She gestures to you to move away from her by shooing you with her hands.
And move away.
Now we're back up.
She places the triangle on the ground in the middle of the room, and you see one of her mechanical fingers shape into a key. She presses the key into one of the sides of the triangle, and the box immediately opens. The three sides fold outward, revealing a bright light from inside. The light expands into an oval-shaped portal. Both of you see very different things when looking into the portal. Virtue, you see yourself staring into an open book with blank sheets. You don't have any scarring on your face at all, and you have a necklace around your neck with a white crystal inside. You look fearful for your life. Otto, you're curled up into a ball on the floor, clutching at your chest and holding your neck as it has been slit open. You also have an ace of spades card shoved into your mouth. But a figure steps out and draws a hand out towards you. You can tell that it's not Quinn, but who is it? Elise looks to you. Don't make me regret this decision. I am trusting you.
I'll try.
She gives you a small nod with a slightly fearful look on her face, and she turns around and puts out a hand to this bright light emitting from the object, and she immediately disappears. Do you follow her?
Yes.
Yeah.
Back with Rockcrusher. Sorry to leave you on a cliffhanger. You take your first steps into the Psyche Blade cave and immediately feel this heavy feeling wash over you. The front of this cave is a complete mess. The walls have been caved in and there are chunks of rock covering the whole floor. In the silence of all of you walking around and with the crunch of the rocks underneath you, you're met with a wave of noise. Out of nowhere, you begin to hear screams from a few different people. You see Sizu screaming of pain, the first Empress, you recognize her voice screaming of sorrow, Worthrock screaming of anger, and Jinx wailing out a laughter of a scream. You have to stop in your place and cover your ears and close your eyes just to contain the noise. You feel someone touching your shoulder, and the noise immediately cuts off. You open your eyes and see Shizuzaki stroking your arm. You all right?
Oh. No. Yeah, just migraine. I'll be fine. Thank you.
Yeah, was a hard fall, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it was. Yeah, it was a fall. Let's keep going.
You keep walking past the broken section of the entrance to a much larger area. You can still move farther down, but this cave begins to look a lot more like a abandoned bunker than an abandoned mess. With a section filled with massive cans of food, hundreds of beds stacked into towers of 5 or 6, stations for all kinds of training, both physical and magical. It seems that while it has been abandoned for many, many, many years, you can still notice some reminiscence of human touch on it.
Look around, see if I can see sort of anything interesting. If there's anything that pops.
Make an investigation check.
$14.
You look around at any loose clothing, any loose objects, and it just, having to brush off some of the dust, they just seemed like abandoned clothes and abandoned objects. But let's quickly move over to Virtue and Otto for a second. Your vision clears as both of you find yourself in a circular room, very similar to the Arrow HQ in a way. There's a massive table centering this room with tens of chairs all pushed around, but it looks like this area has been abandoned for quite some time due to the dust that's been collecting on the walls and furniture. Virtue and Otto, both of you immediately keel over to your side and vomit. The 2 flowers that were on top of your head jump off before you manage to hurl, and Azula and Lotus morph back into their original forms. Otto, for you, it's more of a very, very nauseous feeling, but Virtue's the only one that actually chalks up something, you know?
So I'm just like heaving.
Ooh.
Is that like when you're trying to throw up, but it's not working?
Like a cat, hairball.
Why?
Okay.
Why does this happen all the time?
Azula looks at both of you. Ugh, Guardian, seems you two have never had to deal with plane travel sickness before, have you? To be fair, there aren't a lot of people that can say they've traveled through an interdimension before. Doesn't mean I can't joke about it. Both of
I
you...
think we've done this twice.
both
I
of
feel
you...
like there's been 2 occasions.
Well, you're traveling to an interdimension.
Yeah, it's different.
Both of you slowly look up again after one of you throws up your last meal, and you see Elise standing there with small candy in both of her hands. She has a very stone-cold expression on her face, but still is offering them to you. Here, I made them to help numb nausea. The watermelon, because it is a universally loved flavor. I hope it doesn't taste awful.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Ew, watermelon? Dude, that's a gross as fuck flavor. Where do you get your info from? Elise looks over to her. It is a universal flavor to most normal people, then. You see Azula get a bit flamed up as she goes, "Why you?" And then Lotus covers
Let's
her
not do
mouth.
that here.
Azula, shh, we have no idea where we are. Do you really want to gain unwanted attention right now? Azula rolls her eyes in response.
I will eat the candy.
Yeah, I will too.
Need.
You eat the candy, and this wave of nausea sort of leaves you almost immediately. Up to you on whether you enjoy watermelon, but it does in fact taste like watermelon.
I have to say, is it like, does it taste like an actual watermelon, or does it taste like that really gross, like, watermelon candy that's super artificial?
It just tastes like watermelon.
Okay.
Okay, I like it then.
You see Azula's eyes go wide as she holds her mouth closed, and you see her sort of throw up into her mouth a little bit. And Elise's lips tug into a small but genuine smile as she hands her one of the watermelon candies.
Talking all that shit.
For real.
With Rockcrusher, you move farther down this cave, investigating anything that might look important. While you're looking around at a shirt left lying on a bed, you hear Suzuzaki whistle at you. You turn around to see her pointing a finger towards a closed-off room. The closer you listen, the more you hear an unfamiliar voice mumbling something from behind it. Something about watermelon, you think? Something along those lines.
Oh, watermelon, yeah, evil.
Sizu takes out her sword, gesturing for both you and Taco to get behind her, as she points it towards the door, but doesn't enter it.
Alright, I'll pull my axe out, and I'll count down. I'll put 3 fingers up, and I'll put one down, next one down, doing like a sort of silent 3, 2, 1 countdown.
Okay.
She get the idea? She get what I'm doing?
As soon as you get to 0, you see her sort of take a little bit of a step back and immediately run towards the door.
Yeah, I also. Yeah, I'm doing the same.
Virtue and Otto. Within a
Yep.
split second, you go from talking about watermelon to hearing a banging on the door as it breaks off of its hinges. You see someone rush in. That's someone being Sizu, with a sword drawn directly towards her. Behind
I don't
her,
like
you
that.
see Taco, and most importantly, you see Rockcrusher standing there as well. Now, what do we have here? State your names and reason for trespassing an ancient monument. Sizu shouts towards the Ugal.
Hey guys. Oh,
What's with all this?
Oh,
You wanna...
this is Sizu, but not Sizu.
We can see that.
Yeah, we're married.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right? Weird. This is Taco. Apparently, I hired him to do some stuff. I'm paying him 50 gold pieces a week. Yeah,
Damn.
I know, right?
I'm guessing these are
Unbelievable.
your friends.
These are my friends, yes. And that is the person who imprisoned me here.
Rockcrusher,
Yes.
a word without your new friends?
Sure. At ease, soldier.
You sees you look towards all of you and then walk out of the room. You see Elise look towards you, Virtue, and whispers, "Do not fail me now. I've gotten you this far. But I want to hear from Concostier himself on what happens next. I better not hear an answer I don't want. I'm fully capable of leaving you all here. You have one chance. So don't fuck it up." She stares at Rockcrusher for a second before leaving the room.
So, what do you want?
Well,
This is a rescue mission?
almost.
Okay. Better than no.
Rockcrusher, you are put in here for massacring innocents.
Yes.
Not from your curse, but just how you were, having fun, running around, killing random people, even going as far as children.
Yeah.
I am here to let you know that you will not be leaving here until you swear on your last breath that you will never do that again. And starting from now, I'm not doing this as a friend. This is not me being, "Oh no, don't do it, Rockcrusher." No, you are not going to.
That's. That's
I
given.
want you to swear on it.
Yeah, I swear it on everything I hold dear.
And what do you swear?
That I won't hurt any innocents. I feel like there should be more for me to swear. To protect the innocent as well. That's a pretty good one.
What do you mean?
Oh, yes, of course.
Good.
I want this curse gone. I want it done. Honestly, at this point, I don't even know who I would be without it. But I mean, next big adventure, I suppose. I want it done. I want to move on.
Good. And I don't want to come off as threatening you, but if you do not keep to your oath, I will be forced to deliberately go against you.
Sure. I understand. I appreciate your honesty.
Virtue's kind of gonna look like, see, is Elise back? Or you're still in this room alone?
You're still in the room alone.
I should probably speak to her, right?
Another thing. She believes that you'll be holding some sort of grudge against her.
Why
And
would I be holding
she
a
will
grudge against
be...
her? I was the one that sort of left her all fucked up.
I think she just wants to know that you will not be going after her.
Yeah, totally. Why would I do that?
She believes you're a
I've
sort of monster.
Yeah, I've really
A
made
lot of people
a bad
do.
name for myself, haven't I?
You have. And I'm here to give you that one chance. The one chance that I was given and I'm giving it to you. But if you fuck it up, no one's gonna be able to save you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Out of character, I don't know. I think I've covered all bases.
Yeah.
Is there
Yeah, I
something
think
I'm
you have.
forgetting?
That sounds right. Right.
Is there something I'm forgetting? Looks at
No,
God in the
No.
sky.
You sure? You sure?
that God's
You
not gonna help you.
You sure? If I say something wrong and I get sent to the Shadow Realm eternally, it's all your fault.
I'm gonna blame the God.
you
The
see
God for not reminding me.
I thought
Azula
you didn't
poke
mention
her
that.
head from the door frame, Scooby-Doo style, with Lotus underneath her and she above. And she goes, "Hey, doesn't he need to say that to her himself?"
Ruh-roh. Yeah.
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 Well,
of course.
obviously, you gotta say that to her.
Of course
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
do
where she went, so I feel like where did she go? Went through a door, right? Or
She
did
went
she just
that
like
way.
disappear?
I'm not here though.
Or she's kind of like gonna tilt their head towards that door and like, well, go on.
Go on.
Alright, any sort of like armor or weapons I've got on, I'm just gonna sort of like you hold these.
You don't wear armor.
Yeah, I know, but I've got like pauldron or something and a bit of chest something. I'm just, you know.
You're left in shock as to the lack of items that he's given you.
It's just like a small blanket.
You don't have
a bag.
anything on.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I think he has normal clothes.
He has clothes on.
Girl, I'm talking
Yes,
about
right.
weaponry, man. The fuck? Not saying he's naked. Hell.
I know. I
I've got,
meant
like,
more. He
my
doesn't have.
loincloth and a bit of fur. Okay. Okay.
Alright.
She's just through there, right?
Mm-hmm.
How's my
You don't have hair.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Just go in there.
Right, does my breath smell?
You're not going on
Girl,
a
you're not
date,
wooing her.
you're
She's 16. The
apologizing to a
fuck?
child.
I'm nervous, okay.
Just go
You know,
in there.
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
She doesn't care what you smell like. Get your ass in there.
Okay. Okay.
Shoo.
I will go in there.
You enter a room, and it doesn't seem like there's anything in it other than a massive map of what's called the Divine Sanctum, is what is written at the very top. And it seems to be a massive map of all of the different planes. You see Holta, you see Kane, you see this one called Drawhadux, and you see one that is unnamed. And in between it, you see this small little section that says the interdimension. And she is just staring at this map, not looking at you when you enter.
So I get why you've done this. This was a probably a nicer fate than I deserved, I'll be honest. It's, if anything, quite nice being here. So thank you for that. From what I've been able to piece together, my associates have convinced you to come here. Maybe give me a chance to not explain myself, but to apologize and try and quell some possible fears you might have. Is that about right?
And right your wrongs.
Don't
yes,
say
of
that.
course.
It's just
Well,
him.
I can't right my wrongs. I've already wronged. Okay.
You don't see, she doesn't say anything, but you can hear her take a very long, deep breath and rub her face. And this is the first time you're also seeing that she has two mechanical hands. They're no longer real hands anymore.
I was quietly cringe to myself at it. Not like in a sort of cringe way, but like a
Got it.
fun. Prosthetic hands, cringe. I know nothing I can say will bring back the people I took from you, or the damage that I've done to you personally. But I would like to let you know that with every ounce of will that I have, promise that I will never do anything like that ever again. I want to say all the things. It was a different me. I was a different person then, but I'm not. I'm the same person then that I am now. But what has changed is that I want to change. Back then, we didn't even know this curse thing was a thing. Just, oh, Rockcrusher goes on murderous rampages. It's who he is. It's what he does. Blah blah blah. But now I know there's a chance I can be who I was meant to be without this thing clouding my every waking hour. So, and I don't know. I'm gonna try very hard to lift the curse, and I will do my damnedness not to hurt anyone innocent along the way. And obviously, I wouldn't be hurting you, because why would I do that? That would be just outright evil. I don't know. I used up all of my good monologue last time. I'm sorry.
Can you roll a persuasion check?
Really? Persuasion check? With advantage?
No.
Okay. 10.
You see her head turn to the side. She doesn't fully look at you, but you can see the blank white eyes staring closer to you. As she says, I will never be able to forgive what you did to my mother, my family, my city, and me. What you did is unforgivable and a permanent scar that you will have to live with for the rest of your life. But I am not an emotionless monster. And I understand that you're trying to change for the better. She looks back at the map. But I am scared of you, Concosia. We all are. You're capable of so many things. I had to use my strongest ally to knock you out, let alone try to kill you. The whole reason I put you here, instead of killing you, is because I never wanted you to come back, or even be in the same room as you again. If you were dead, you'd find a way to fight Demis and crawl out of Drahadax just to come back here. But in here, I could control your ability to escape. But you can't control yourself. how am I to know that even if you won't hurt me, that curse still will? I can talk to you here because you do not have that curse. But back on the altar, if you went back and it went, you became berserk again, how can I know you won't kill me first? I want to live, but as long as you're around, I'm afraid of my chances.
Nothing I can say to you will undo what I have done. And I can't make any promises that if I go back and the curse does its thing, that I won't hurt you or someone else. But I don't want that to happen. I don't want to hurt anyone. I want this done. I want it gone. I want it over with. This feels like this is someone else's life. It's not the Caesar I know. As nice as this Caesar is, it makes it refreshing of change. None of it's real.
And then, what if you rid the curse? What is next for you? What will you do?
I don't know. There's still the whole matter of the Iron Blades. Demas still wants the world to end. It's a pretty big one. Forgot about that for a while. You know, he offered me a chance to get out of here earlier. If I gave him control. But I've had enough of giving other things control. I just want to be me, whoever that is, from now on.
You see that comic pique her interest.
Oh, the Demas bit?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, this is a bit of a... Don't tell the others I told you this part, but we've all been sort of chosen by the gods, per se, to bring about the end of the world, or to usher it in. But obviously we don't want that. World ending bad. So I suppose technically if you did keep me in here, it would reduce the chances of the world ending. But you'd probably just get someone else to do it. I really don't know.
You see her take a deep breath in and out, and then begin to walk towards you, turning around, and you can see that she has been growing a little bit, and one of the white contacts has been taken out, and you can see her foggy and blinded eyes. She stands about 5 feet away from you still, and sort of just looks up at you and stares, and eventually she walks close enough and offers you a hand to shake.
Yeah, you don't have to do this. You can keep on hating me. You don't have to come to some sort of accord.
You see her.
I can still keep on being that monster you always want me to be in your head.
She closes her eyes and you see a Another few tears fall as she opens her eyes again and stares at you, still offering her hand.
So be it. As gently as I can physically can, I will reach out and sort of give the hand a small shake.
You see, even though you're being as gentle as you possibly can, as soon as you touch the metal, you see her retract a little bit away from it, but fights through it and lets you touch her hand. And you feel this metal nature of her mechanical hand as they robotically move around your hand to close the handshake.
It's done.
She doesn't say anything, but she just looks away and shakes her head yes.
Again, I am sorry for everything that's happened. If I could turn the clock back and do it a different way, I would. I hope that means something, at least. Thank you.
She doesn't say anything, but she goes around you, opens the door, and leaves before you, leaving you alone in that room for a little bit longer than her.
Rockcrusher is just gonna. Is there like some chair or something?
Yes, there's a small table with a chair.
Rockcrusher is gonna. He's gonna sit down in the chair. He's gonna sob into his hands for a bit. While I go for a piss.
Love the bipolar attitude for this guy.
Oh my god.
No, he just goes, go. I love that.
Guys, I was getting a character. Oh my god.
Wow.
I need to calm down.
Are you getting emotional, Mother?
I mean, yeah, I'm getting emotional as a character, not me.
Ah.
But I was, yeah.
When you get too far into the character.
I got too far into the character, and now I'm
I was
fucking teary-eyed.
genuinely mad over here.
You were getting what?
I knew my ass.
I was genuinely like being like I got into the the whole angry mother mood.
My
Guys, I gotta calm
ass
down a
was
little
like,
bit. Holy fuck.
I'm gonna be honest. Okay, when it's Sarah, I
Everyone?
was like, all right, keep my mouth shut.
Round of applause for everyone.
Yes.
My mic does not pick it up. I have to talk for you to hear it, but it's okay.
But holy shit, I knew that I had to be quiet in the second that they started talking about your Conrads. I was like, fuck, now I have to say something, because if Virtue can't keep speaking for me, so I had to pipe up. And then when I heard Virtue start speaking, I was like, nah, this is my thing I have to clarify. No, can't let you keep talking for me like that. Nah.
Hey, I paused when
reason-
she talked about you. I paused when she talked about you and said that Virtue looked
Yeah.
at you. So relax, Tiger.
Yeah, I know.
Calm down,
I was
alright?
like, yeah, no, I have to say. I was like, the second she started talking, damn, now I have to say something. But like, I get why. I was like, yeah, no, I'm going with Virtue, not Rockcrusher. The only reason I saved him was due to the fact of what happened. We had passed.
Guys, I have too
I
much
helped him.
connection to this character. It hurts my soul. Alright.
Does a character now have show up again?
Who would have thunk it that a character such as this would have come from a split-second decision just to fucking burn a city down like 2 years ago?
Did you actually, like... Okay, I'm actually really curious, Claire. You don't gotta answer it. But, like, what made you... Did you actually, like, had it planned out to have a character similar to her, or did you just throw her in because of what he did?
No one can plan for things that I do.
That is a good. I'll answer those after the session is over because we still have
Fair enough.
a bit to go with it.
Yay.
Yeah. Back from pee break after
Onwards.
winning the Oscar.
Yeah. Virtue and Otto, you see that Azula and Lotus have traveled farther down the cave trying to investigate further on some things. And these new characters of Sizuzaki and Tako, or I guess Sizu and Tako don't know that their name is Sizuzaki, just talking to each other and sort of looking at you for just sort of not judging you, but just like trying to figure you out sort of deal as you're trying to
Me?
figure them out. Yes.
I'd probably like and be like, if you got like questions, you can come ask.
I don't bite.
Yeah, like we don't bite.
No, don't worry. We're
They
not
will.
talking about you specifically. We're just looking at you while we're talking to each other.
Well, if you have questions about our appearance, you could always ask. Because it seems like you're questioning everything about us.
The way I want to insight check them, but
I've learned too much about your world through Irax. I don't need any more. But, you know, lovely to see that you guys have come for your friend.
Yeah. I'm amazed Rockcrusher hasn't told me to just call him Rock.
Rockcrusher, is that
I'm
like a
more safe.
nickname?
yes.
Yeah, it's how he introduced himself to us. We actually didn't know his actual name till we came here.
Never gone by that name before here, but, you know, different Irax, different universe is what I have to keep telling myself.
Yeah.
Did he replace an IRX that was here?
Yeah, where is your Irax then? If he leaves, what happens to yours?
Well, that's the main question we're thinking about right now, because in reality, we don't really know.
I hope that your Irax appears again.
Or perhaps
You don't
it's sort
think
of
I
like a
do as well.
possession thing. Maybe
don't-
it's like his conscious is in their IRX. Or, yeah.
If their Irax is in Rockcrusher's body, I would be a little concerned from what they're probably seeing and the hatred that's probably happening.
Yeah,
If like
just
that
flash,
man decided to go walking through the city.
flash cut to a slightly less red, skinnier version of Rockcrusher, just like getting the shit kicked out of him in like
Yeah.
the meanest corners of Zaphrax.
But then,
I'm
if it was
sure.
that logic, then it means that they would flip, and then Rockcrusher would just wake up being kicked the shit out of.
That'd be
Oh, he'd be
unfortunate
fucking
for him, you know?
But I'm
I'd have to
sure
break some promises if I do that.
No.
I'm sure that he's okay. I think no, he should be fine.
Maybe.
I don't think Rock didn't change anything here too much, did he? For like in case he comes back and like not much has changed too much. I think.
Except for
I
his
hope.
Trump stamp.
So.
True. While you guys are talking, you see Elise begin to walk towards you again. You do not see Rockcrusher yet. But before you have a chance to say anything, you also see Azula and Lotus walking back from farther into the cave as well. Well, it doesn't seem like they're alone. Trailing behind Lotus is a small child with white skin, white hair, and large moth wings attached to their back. Hey,
What?
Elise, is the thing with you? Found it scared and alone farther down the cave. You see Elise,
How
who
the
wipes
hell?
away some of her tears and puts the contact back in her eye. Turn around. Daishi, what are you doing here? Look, when I got back home, you weren't there, and there's this glowing light that was the only thing left in your room. And I'm a moth, so I'm attracted to light, obviously. So I touched them, and I heard a loud explosion, and my vision faded. I thought I died, but you know, it's wonderful seeing all of you here again. No, you went through? Yes? Ugh. You see Elise cover her face. That device was only capable of bringing a max of 5 people through the interdimension. You must have fried the
Excuse me?
system and exploded. She covers her face and begins walking away, closer towards you, but just not looking at Daichi.
Are we stuck here?
You see Elise look at you. Her expression does not read as humorous.
I'm not trying to be humorous or anything. I'm like, this is a general question.
Fuck, we're stuck in an interdimension? My taxes are due in the morning. We're gonna become a fugitive. Really? That's what you're focused on right now? We're stuck in a place between time and space and you worry about paying your taxes?
Fuck the taxes. The taxes can wait.
Look, I'm sorry. I didn't know that would happen. How fast can you make one for, 6 people, huh? At this point, Rockcrusher, you begin on your way back, and you can hear the added voice of Daichi as well.
Ain't no way you just said that.
Okay, so, when are we, going home?
Fun fact about that. We have a strayway.
Ah.
And the device was only able to handle 5 people. So it's most likely busted.
And I see that Daichi is here.
Daichi does not look at you at all, Rockcrusher. Her back is fully faced towards you.
So we might be stuck here for a little.
Well, I mean, I don't know how long it will take, but I could make another device. It'll be longer because we're inviting 7 people back. 7? Who else is gonna come with us? Kid, do you really know exactly how many people are coming? Yeah, of course. Me, you, Elise, Lotus, Virtue, and Otto.
I was gonna raise a hand to point at Rockcrusher.
You can't seriously be thinking that you're gonna bring him back, right? I thought we'd leave him here.
Why would you come through the portal then if you're what's...
I didn't know what the portal was.
I'm not getting left here. Hopefully.
You see Daichi look towards all of you a bit confused. You can't seriously be bringing him back, right? She looks to Elise in a little bit of desperation, and Elise doesn't give her the physical response that she wanted. What? No.
Rock is being given a second chance.
One I intend to make good on.
And if he doesn't, then he could probably face worse consequences.
There's a lot of stuff happening in the world right now, Daichi. And right now we can't afford to lose him. I understand you want him to stay here for what he's done. He's going to get a second chance to prove that he's not the monster that you think he is. And we're going to get rid of the curse, so that he will hopefully never hurt anyone innocent again.
You see her begin to start trying to say something, but you see her pause for a second, and her eyes sort of become a bit glazed over, and the big black eyes that you know that she has this small little glint of light that forms in the iris of both of her eyes as she almost uncharacteristically starts frantically looking around. You can't be serious. You're letting him go? I mean, do you not know what he did to me?
I did.
The whole reason that I'm alive is because of this dumb amulet. I was supposed to be taken to Drahadux, but Quasi saved me from you. As she turns around and looks at you, Rockcrusher, you see that something is wrong with her. I was excited for a chance to save you, save all of you. I tried by playing innocent. I tried by helping the RKP get rid of your things, but nothing is working. Nothing is working. As she walks away from you a little bit towards Elise. Daichi, please, we can talk about this. I've forgiven him. I know you can as well. Oh, don't play with me like that. I don't want my life to be tied down to a monster that's unwilling to say sorry for the people that he's hurt. This was supposed to be the end, remember? We were told it's supposed to be the end. You see Daichi yank at the necklace that's around her neck, breaking it off from around her. She holds it in her hands as she begins to struggle to breathe, and her skin becomes paler and paler, and she looks weaker. And she holds out a hand towards you. You come any closer, and I will break this. You can at least let me speak my mind, right?
Let's not do anything rash.
Right, you're right.
You're all trying to fix a world destined to fail. Quasi told me so. Being around all of you has twisted my fate to become tied to yours. I don't want that. This whole world is stuck in a cycle that ends with all of you. You've been warned to let it pass, and everything will become peaceful again. At least you wanted me to become peaceful again. But here we are. We have a reborn stuck doing whatever Trickster Bakuzo says. A man stuck with a curse that's too unbreakable to change, and someone haunted by their past, unwilling to run their own life. And me, an innocent child that was forced to try and save a monster that killed her, who has taken her fate into her own hands for the first time and the last time. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it, Midas. Just let me free! As you see her throw the amulet onto the ground and immediately smashes into 1,000 pieces, as if it was a bunch of tiny shards of glass. You see Daichi grasp at her heart as the white little glints in her eye fade, and she looks normal again, other than when she crumples to the floor, staring at her feet.
Grab her before she falls to the floor. Like, just sort of hold her so she doesn't, like, hit the ground.
You see her in complete shock, almost as if she didn't know what she was gonna do. She looks up towards you, and you see her face start to turn cold and pale. Her skin becomes cold and pale. You see her grasp at her heart as she's shaking her head towards you and says, "No, that wasn't, please. I can't.
Virtue, do something.
Wait, I'm gonna look around.
Do something.
Is there clerics here besides Virtue? Wait, do you have diamonds on you?
Do something now.
Did we get the diamonds from when Harlow was here?
No.
Yeah. No!
Wait, you should still have a diamond. I remember I bought one for you for occasions like this.
He did give me one, right? Okay, so
you see her feet begin to turn into this black ash that glows purple on contact with the floor. Virtue, you recognize this to be ones that you saw in a museum at one point in time.
No.
Did...
Not like this, not like
I
this.
could try Spirit of Dying on her.
What exactly does that do?
I don't know if it's gonna work. You touch a living creature that has 0 hit points, the creature becomes stable, and the spell has no effect on undead or constructs. What if I put, I don't know.
You see her stomach begin to turn as ash as her legs are gone. As she's clutching onto Rockcrusher, saying, "Please, I don't want to die. I really don't."
Would he do something? Please.
don't know. Is Greater Restoration... Okay, do I try Greater Restoration or Death Ward? I could try
That's
Immortal
like,
Way to Death, but I don't know if it's
please.
gonna work.
Resurrect. Do the. I don't know what the fuck Death
I
Ward does.
Revivify. I can't do Revivify. She's turning into dust. I need a body, I think.
You feel it. You
Go.
feel her begin to get a lot weaker.
Something. Just anything. Anything you think will work. Just do it quick. We don't care.
I'm gonna try Death Ward on her. It prevents the creature from dying.
You attempt to touch her, to do this death ward, anything that might possibly save her. But you feel that it does not work. And in the back of your head, you hear a familiar-ish voice say, "It's part of the prophecy." As Daichi's head looks up towards Rockcrusher, a single tear down her eye, and she says, I feel peaceful, before her whole head turns into ash, and she is dead.
Who heard the voice?
Virtue.
I'm guessing Revivify. I can try casting it. But I don't think it's gonna work. Is it? By touching the ash.
You touch the ash, and the only thing that happens is this purple glow from uncontact. And that's where we'll end this session.
Damn. This has been emotional. I don't know how I feel right now.